I'm going to call to order the State of Rhode Island Coastal Resources Management Council meeting to order. It's our semi-monthly meeting. Today is Tuesday, August 22nd, 2023. I would ask that the record reflect those members that are in attendance, as well as staff members that are present as well. Our first matter on our agenda will be approval of the minutes of the previous meeting, that being July 18, 2023. I would entertain a motion as it relates to those minutes. Is there a motion, please?
Move to approve the meeting minutes from July.
A motion's been made by Mr. Izzy. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Hall. Any discussion? I'll poll the council. Mr. Russolino.
On the minutes.
Yes. Ms. Hall?
Aye.
Mr. Gagnon?
Yes.
Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
Mr. Izzy?
Aye.
I too, Raymond Coy, vote aye. The minutes have been approved. Subcommittee reports.
There are one subcommittee report, Mr. Chair. The Rights of Way Subcommittee met tonight to discuss the movement and review of the Spring Avenue matter in Westerly. All parties have agreed on coming forward with statements of facts and scheduling. So that matter should be moving forward in a more efficient manner in the next coming months.
And that's it.
That's it.
Thank you. Staff reports.
I just have a couple matters on the staff report tonight, Mr. Chair. I participated last Thursday in a ribbon cutting event here in Providence for the Wexford Science and Technology Facility along the river near the pedestrian bridge. As part of the development of that parcel with the 195 Commission, CRMC's requirements had a public access component, and the UCG, the Urban Coastal Greenway, was that access component that Wexford built in front of their property that connected the waterfront area further south to them and north of them. So it was a significant achievement. I want to thank the 195 Commission as well as Wexford and the City of Providence for coming together to help make sure that that Urban Coastal Greenway is open and available to the public, and it is, and it's actually it's an incredible, good site. I had a chance to walk it that night too, so it was a good ribbon cutting. And then secondly, related to that, I know I reported at the last staff meeting, the passage by our legislature of the Shoreline Lateral Access Act, wherein it directed CRMC in consultation with DEM and the Attorney General on how to educate the public and the private property owners of on how the public can exercise its constitutional rights along the shore. And so to that effect, since the last meeting, CRMC staff has pulled together with DEM and the Attorney General. The three agencies got together and to talk about how are we going to best go about educating the public and the private property owners on the statute, as well as pulling together the municipal police forces of the 4 South County towns, Narragansett, South Kingstown, Charlestown, Westerly, as well as their town administrators, and making sure that we're all on the same page on how to implement that act, because in reality, the police departments are going to be the first call, if you will, where there might be a confrontation or some sort of educational component. So we had a very good first meeting with those departments. We will continue to have those types of meetings around the state. We're scheduling one for the Aquidneck Island communities and up in Warwick for the Bay communities to explain what our interpretation is on how to implement the Shoreline Access Act. And I will say right now that with the discussions with DEM and the Attorney General and the Constitution of Rhode Island, when it calls out our privileges of the shore, it says that they shall be liberally construed. And that is the basic premise of which we are moving forward on the implementation of that act. That when folks are walking along the shore, they not only have the 4 constitutional privileges that are called out, but because they're not limited to those 4, we are liberally construing them to be in association with those 4 and what you can do to walk along the shore. So it's a big achievement, Mr. Chair, on this agency and the responsibilities that the legislature gave us, along with DEM and the Attorney General, but we welcome them and we're moving forward to make sure the public and private property owners understand that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Willis from council members? Okay. So our first matter on our agenda this evening will be number one, discussion and action on a federal consistency decision for CRMC file 2021-09-036 Sunrise Wind LLC Coastal Zone Management Act Consistency Certification offshore wind energy facility in federal waters. And I would call on Mr. Willis first as it relates to this application.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to, before we have staff present the staff recommendation to you all on the Sunrise project, I just wanted to talk a little bit about BOEM, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, their process by which we, a coastal state, CRMC specifically, but we are one of many coastal states, and how we have to act and review these projects in federal waters. And the timeframes under which we have to do so are onerous, if I could be generous in using a word to describe the process. In the Massachusetts,
Is there a radio going?
Here it is.
yes, one of our council members has a hearing.
That's okay.
So out in the
Do
winter.
you want to come somewhere else? Will it be better?
It's fine, I'll block it out.
Okay.
That's all right. I just thought it was something I could deal with. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Sure. So I just wanted to remind everybody, BOEM has 9 lease areas in the Rhode Island, Massachusetts wind energy area for 10 projects. When you look at the number of projects that are currently under review at the federal level, combined with the administration's 80% of renewable energy generation by the year 2030, which is only a handful of years away, CRMC, along with other CZM agencies, have a lot on their plate in terms of reviewing these projects in that particular time frame. They're complex. It would be nice if we can only review one at a time, but right now we're juggling 4. And by the end of this calendar year, this council will see 2 more recommendations come in front of it on these federal projects under the BOEM requirements for federal consistency. So I just wanted to put that into context with the amount of work that has to be done, not only at the staff level, and staff's put in upwards of thousands of hours on these projects to date, but our Fishermen's Advisory Board also puts in a significant amount of their time in advising us on what to do, as does the developer. In this case, it's Ørsted, but we are dealing with other developers too, to come together in a very short time period to manage the massive amounts of information that these wind farms require to be reviewed under a federal process that doesn't supply all the information up front. It comes in pieces. So I just wanted to put that out there and let everybody know that we all have worked hard to come to a point in time, staff especially, to put the amount of time necessary into the review of these projects to come up with a fair and objective way to present to you our recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Willis on those comments by the council?
Excuse me.
Yes, Ms. Hall.
Could you possibly just speak to the actual posture of what the recommendation is from CRMC to BOEM?
Well, I think Kevin Sloan, our staff, will be presenting that in his report.
Just in terms of the posture of the concurrence relative to our role, that to clarify our actual role.
Yep, if I'm not mistaken, I believe Kevin will be speaking to that. Yep, he will. Yep,
Thank you.
thank you.
If you have a question after Mr. Sloan presents, Catherine, then you can address that, but hopefully Kevin will address that. Which brings us to Kevin Sloan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To begin with, I'd like to start with just an explanation and overview of the scope of CZMA or Coastal Zone Management Act review. The Federal Coastal Zone Management Act and the CZMA encourages states to take a leading role in the management of their coastal regions. The CZMA also requires various federal activities that are reasonably likely to affect any land or water use or natural resource in the coastal zone be consistent with the state's approved coastal zone management plan. To determine whether an activity is consistent with the state's coastal zone management plan, they conduct a federal consistency review. For offshore wind projects, this review takes place within a larger federal permitting scheme. Again, within the offshore wind context, a state's consistency decision is not the final decision on whether or not a project will move forward. Furthermore, a state's consistency decision is not a regulatory action by the state. States cannot require a developer or an applicant to take specific actions because that amounts to a state regulating activities outside of its jurisdiction. Rather, the state uses its enforceable policies as a tool to avoid, minimize, and mitigate impacts so that an activity will be within the scope of the policy. BOEM, or the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, is the lead agency for offshore wind development, and they will issue a final decision, including a construction and operation plan, or a COP, approval, and issue what is called a ROD, or a record of decision. As part of this federal process, certain consultations between federal cooperating agencies, such as NIMS, or the National Marine Fisheries Service, are either ongoing or have been completed and will result in additional mitigation measures, final design and engineering layout decisions, and construction, operation, and eventual decommissioning information. One important federal process is the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, and its draft environmental impact statement, which is typically released well after the state federal consistency review period has started, which typically necessitates multiple stay agreements, which essentially is a tolling of a state's federal consistency review. Under the CZMA, a federal consistency review for offshore wind projects is slated as being 6 months. The stay agreement will pause that review for a mutually agreed upon length of time between the state agency and the developer. And then once that time period ends, that 6-month clock starts ticking again. So for example, with the Sunrise project, we've executed 5 stay agreements to extend our review of this project. A vast majority of these federal actions and consultations will be finalized well after the federal consistency review process. As a result of the procedural timeline for offshore wind projects, cooperating federal agency documents like the final environmental impact statement and the NIMS consultation letter, which contains important information on impacts to various ocean resources and uses, and certain federal decisions like final layouts, turbine positions, and micrositing are released and or finalized well after the consistency review process. The state is not privy to these conversations and is not able to consider this information when conducting its review. As previously stated, federal consistency is a review of the project by the CRMC and not a regulatory action. CZMA allows for a federal consistency review and its reasonably foreseeable impacts on state coastal resources and uses. Because it is not a regulatory action, the CRMC again cannot require a developer to take certain actions in federal waters based on state regulatory requirements. For example, in the Ocean Special Area Management Plan, or SAMP, section 11.10.2 subsection B includes a presumptive exclusion which prohibits development in areas of particular concern, or APC. Both this presumptive exclusion and APC designation are state regulatory tools that cannot be utilized in federal waters. Rather, CRMC uses the policy rationale underlying the presumptive exclusion to review and push for mitigation measures which minimize impacts to areas and uses with the same characteristics, resources, and values as areas designated APC in state waters. Under the review authority, CRMC staff consider a plethora of information provided by the developer, BOEM, and the public, and compare that information in light of its enforceable policies. There are several possible decision outcomes for a federal consistency review. A state may issue a concurrence, concurrence with conditions, conditional concurrence, or an objection. I want to go through each of those and explain briefly what they are. A concurrence essentially means that a project as proposed is found to meet the state's enforceable policies and can proceed as planned. A concurrence with conditions consists of a project as proposed does not meet the state enforceable policies, but the state and the developer have mutually agreed to project modifications and conditions which allow the project to meet state enforceable policies. A conditional concurrence consists of where a project does not meet the state enforceable policies and no mutually agreed to conditions have been agreed to. Rather, a state will issue a conditional concurrence stating the conditions that must be satisfied to make a project consistent and include an explanation of why such conditions are necessary to ensure consistency with specific policies. If BOEM or the developer disagree with the state's conditions, the conditional concurrence is treated as an objection and is appealed to the Secretary of Commerce. An objection is where a state may object to the project if, one, based on sufficient information to review consistency certification, the state finds that the project will be inconsistent with specific enforceable policies, or if two, the developer has failed to supply the required information or information necessary to determine consistency. In the case of an objection, an appeal may also be triggered. Furthermore, per 15 CFR section 930.78 subsection B, if a state fails to issue a consistency decision by the end of a consistency review period, a concurrence shall be conclusively presumed and no mutually agreed to conditions or other conditions would be applicable to the project. CRMC's federal consistency review authority for the Sunrise Wind project is specifically under 15 CFR 930 subpart D, or consistency for activities requiring a federal license or permit, and subpart E, consistency for outer continental shelf exploration, development, and production activities. CRMC has automatic review authority over the project because it is located within Rhode Island's 2011 and 2018 Geographic Location Description Areas, or GLDs, as discussed in the staff recommendation on page 6 and shown in figure 2. A complete procedural history of CRMC's review process is discussed in section 2 of the staff recommendation and the appendices. The next steps will be tonight's council meeting and eventual decision, and then on or before September 8th, staff will issue the council's formal decision letter to BOEM based on the decision tonight. Now, for a project overview, so the Sunrise Wind project occupies BOEM lease area OCS-A 0487. A PDE, or a project design envelope, is used to show what a maximum build out could be for a project, while allowing flexibility for a project to be further refined and de-risked as engineering and environmental work progresses. The Sunrise Wind PDE in the COP is based on an operating capacity between 924 and 1,034 megawatts. The COP states Sunrise Wind will utilize a Siemens Gamesa 11 megawatt turbine, the same turbine being used for both the South Fork Wind and Revolution Wind projects. An early COP PDE contemplated two scenarios. One included up to 122 turbine positions and one OCS DC converter station, and a second included up to 120 turbine positions with up to 3 OCS DC converter stations. The design has been refined in light of the selection of an 11 megawatt turbine and the project's New York Offshore Wind Renewable Energy Certificate, or OREC, for up to 924 megawatts. The New York OREC is the New York equivalent to a power purchase agreement, which is what is commonly used in other states. The project has since undergone significant refinements over the course of the review period. As I just stated, the project will be utilizing an 11 megawatt turbine. Of the 122 positions in the original PDE, 84 will be built along with one OCS DC converter station. Additionally, 3 turbine positions originally planned for the extreme northwest corner of the lease area, nearest Cox Ledge and the South Fork Wind lease area, are permanently eliminated from all future offshore wind development. Positions that have been eliminated align with the NIMS priority areas developed under the DEIS, or the Draft Environmental Impact Statement, Alternative C, the Fisheries Habitat Impact Minimization Alternative. Alternative C is premised on NIMS information on Atlantic cod spawning within the lease area and is discussed on pages 25 through 31 of the staff recommendation. Additionally, sand wave dredging will not be required for the project. Boulder relocation operations will not include a boulder plow and will be limited to a boulder pick. Boulder removal will be hyper localized and limited, and the majority of the boulders will be microsited around. There is a stark difference between the boulder operations for Sunrise Wind and previous projects such as South Fork and Revolution. If anyone was here for the Revolution Wind meeting, there were a large amount of discussion surrounding Cox Ledge, the importance of that area, the amount of boulders and complex bottom habitat in that region. Not to say that Sunrise is void of important habitat areas, but when comparing the two leased areas based on the information available, there is a stark difference. And then additionally, all foundations and cables will be located outside of Cox Ledge for Sunrise and microsited outside and or around complex bottom habitats to the extent feasible. The Federal Consistency Review requires staff to determine whether a project's consistency certification adequately demonstrates whether a proposed project will be consistent with Rhode Island's enforceable policies. Staff initially determined the consistency certification did not adequately demonstrate consistency and worked with the developer to refine the project and mutually agree to 6 conditions contained in the staff recommendation on pages 9 and 10. Under condition 1, as stated previously, 3 wind turbines and their associated inter-array cables located in the extreme northwest of the lease area shall not be constructed as part of the Sunrise Wind project or any future offshore wind development. Under condition 2, the project will be has reduced the number of wind turbine positions from an originally proposed 122 to an 87 possible positions for the installation of 84 positions. Additionally, only 1 OCS DC converter station will be installed. Condition 3, where practicable, turbine foundations, offshore converter station, and the associated inter-array and export cable will again be sited outside of Cox Ledge and will be microsited to minimize the reasonably foreseeable effects to Rhode Island coastal regions. Condition 4, at all crossings of the out of service cable, which I'll go into more detail soon, Sunrise Wind will use a detrenching grapnel to recover a section of the cable from the ship's deck. A sufficiently long section will be cut out and the remaining cable ends lowered to the seabed on either side of the Sunrise Wind cable route. Where feasible and to the extent practicable, Sunrise Wind will bury the cut cable ends to their pre-existing depth and not use any secondary cable protection measures. Condition 5, Sunrise Wind LLC shall conduct the fisheries research and monitoring plan and the benthic habitat research and monitoring plan that received final approval from the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management as part of ROD approving Sunrise Wind's construction operation plan. Condition 6, Sunrise Wind shall provide the CRMC with quarterly reports on the OCS DC converter station that shall contain information required to be reported to the federal EPA or Environmental Protection Agency regarding station performance impacts. Staff has determined that based on the mutually agreed upon conditions and other mitigation efforts that will be employed by the developer and required by BOEM, the proposed Sunrise Wind Farm offshore renewable energy project can be deemed to comply with the enforceable policies of the Rhode Island Coastal Management Program. Staff recommend the council issue concurrence with conditions in this matter per 15 CFR sections 930.4 and 930.78. Again, the project has undergone significant refinements, modifications, and mitigation. Just to reiterate, there is a significant reduction in turbine positions, the micrositing of wind turbines, inter-array cables, and export cables. Boulder relocation, the project again will not require the use of a boulder plow and will only use a boulder pick, which will reduce the creation of new hangs for fishermen and fishing gear. Additionally, where practical, boulders will be grouped together. All boulders that are removed will be charted and those locations will be provided to the fishing industry. There's also a gear claims process, and the developer and Orsted has continued to state their commitment to working with the fishing community to improve that process and make that process more efficient, user-friendly. Again, the Fisheries Research Monitoring Plan and Benthic Habitat Monitoring Plan. These final plans will be valuable information for CRMC and other stakeholders, and that they will help to further understand the impacts that offshore wind development has on benthic habitat and fisheries resources, and will allow the agency to conduct more efficient ocean planning in the future. The OCS DC converter station reporting to EPA is required under the NIFTY permit. CRMC will also receive reports on the station per condition 6. And these reports will also help CRMC understand the station's performance and how it is impacting local environment through discharge of heated water, entrainment, and entrapment of ocean resources. And additionally, mariners briefings, which are commonplace at the moment as lots of construction is happening for other projects. These will continue to be used and improved upon as the Sunrise project moves forward. And to conclude, I just want to go through a couple of the enforcement policies that are included in the staff recommendation. Specifically, Ocean SAMP section 11.10.1 subsection C, which I believe is on page 12. This requires the council to consider whether there's an overall net benefit to the Rhode Island marine economic sector from the development of the project, or if there's overall net loss, and whether the applicant has modified the proposal to avoid and or mitigate the impacts from the project. Some of the common impacts that we've seen, these are more or less very similar to the impacts and concerns that were listed out for Revolution Wind. These include the gentleman's agreement, which is essentially the way that fishermen conduct themselves in the water. They conduct themselves in a way that allow different types of fishing to operate more or less conflict-free. The main concern is that the positioning of the wind turbines in a 1-by-1 nautical mile grid will disrupt that navigational pattern, that agreement, which will displace fishers to some extent. There's also concern of navigational issues, transit through the wind turbines versus working within the wind array, access to the area in general, and any additional future modifications that might need to happen by the fishing fleet, whether that be through operations or through modifications to fishing gear that may allow them to more effectively fish within a wind array. With ecosystem effects, there is the potential for artificial reef effect. The recreational and for hire fishing sectors may see a minor beneficial impact from the introduction of new hard structures, which could attract recreationally targeted species. However, these potential benefits may be offset due to a lack of access to the area. And I would like to note that this is a point of contention, not just from the Fishermen's Advisory Board point of view, but also from other stakeholders within the fishing industry. And then also along those lines, ecosystem changes due to a change from soft to hard bottom habitat, where hard bottom habitat did not previously exist. Again, I won't go through them again, but to counter or to accommodate or mitigate those potential impacts, the developer again has gone through a myriad of refinements to their project and various modes of mitigation. One thing I do want to point out is the existing cables. So there are 2 existing cables in the western portion of the lease area. These include an out of service cable and an in-service cable, and these are small telecommunications cables. The out of service cable was installed in around 1976, the in-service cable around 2008, and are estimated to be buried between 0.3 and 3 meters. As stated, the out of service cable will be removed in portions. In-service cable, where the Sunrise Wind export, or apologies, inter-array cable will cross that in-service cable. Secondary cable protection in the form of rock berms rock bags or concrete mattressing will be needed to protect both assets. There is something to note of the 1x1 nautical mile grid as compared to European designs of wind farms, which use a non-orthogonal array format. Essentially, some of the European wind farms, they are designed for efficiency, so they appear to an observer to be random. But instead, those turbines are being placed to realize efficiencies and power output. Where with a 1x1 nautical mile grid, you are allowing potentially for greater access to the area for navigation, for fishing, etc., while also sacrificing efficiencies in the wind farm itself. Again, with boulder relocation, as previously discussed, the Sunrise Wind lease area and export cable corridor, which goes to Long Island, are not devoid of boulders, but the boulders that exist are not concentrated. They're much more sporadic. For example, the export cable is approximately 99.4 miles long in federal waters, and there are fewer than 15 boulders along that route that may need located. A vast majority of the boulders for inter-array and export cable siting will most likely be micro-sited around and will not need to. And again, there's a fisheries communications plan, which includes, again, the notice to mariners briefings, port hours, access to fisheries liaisons that are intended to keep the industry well informed of any happenings, whether it's onshore, offshore construction. That way everyone can operate and be as safe and efficient use of their time and energies. In conclusion, staff has determined, again, that based on the mutually agreed upon conditions and other mitigation efforts that will be employed by the developer and required by BOEM, that the Sunrise Wind Farm offshore renewable energy project can be deemed to comply with the enforcement policies of the Rhode Island Coastal Management Program. Again, staff recommend that the council issue a concurrence with conditions in this matter. Please note that the council's decision is not a final approval to construct the Sunrise Wind Farm. The final decision rests with BOEM, and BOEM is continuing to evaluate the project and mitigation measures that will be in addition to those discussed in staff recommendation and also will be required for the project. Suffice it to say, this is not the final decision for the project. Additional mitigation is still being discussed at the federal level and between federal agencies through cooperating agency discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Sloan from council members?
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Flynn.
Is it fair to say that the recommendation of the council is at best advisory to BOEM? Because you said they could have additional conditions. Could they also eliminate conditions?
No, so in part, yes, in part, no. So many of the conditions that we have, actually all of the conditions that we have mutually agreed upon with the developer, they are essentially actions that were already being planned to be done and would be required of a wind developer regardless. But our conditions are also slightly further than that. So they achieve slightly more, and the developer has already adapted and adopted operations, methodologies, and practices that would facilitate those conditions. So in a sense, yes, but in this case, also no.
Oh, well, that's not particularly helpful.
No, I know, I apologize.
So the council could recommend denial and BOEM could say, no, we approve it. Is that accurate?
So so hypothetically, if the council were to issue an objection, then staff would have to issue an objection. And then that objection would be appealable by the developer or BOEM itself. And that would trigger an appeals process. So yes, the council is absolutely within its capabilities to issue an objection.
Chair.
Yes,
Can I add to that statement is that should the council go down an objection path, staff would be directed to write that objection, but in so doing, we would also have to provide a path to concurrence in that objection. So we are required to also do that, to tell the developer, we are objecting for these reasons, lay them out. But should you, in order to seek concurrence, here's what you need to do. We already have that essentially with our staff recommendation, but that would have to be part of our submittal to the federal government.
You'd have to have reasons and a path to address those issues that were not addressed previously.
Correct.
Yes, and in the CZMA, under the discussion for adjournment, that they describe that as project alternatives that would allow BOEM, but also NOAA, because that's who we would ultimately be appealing through, would be through NOAA, through the Secretary of Commerce. That would allow them to consider how could an activity be changed so that a concurrence could be reached. And that would be part of that whole process.
Thank you.
May I just add, just when you had asked if conditions were agreed to by the applicant, whether or not later on BOEM could remove those conditions. I think Kevin's response was correct, particularly under section 930.62, that's 15 CFR 930.62 D. If there are conditions that are agreed to by the applicant, then it becomes conclusive to the concurrence by the state. So that is the concurrence, and there is language in there that they would be accepted by BOEM.
any further questions, Mrs. Sloan?
No, I didn't have a question, but, and I didn't have a question about the process either. My concern was that I observed after 9 hours of public hearing on the last similar project that the confines and limits of the jurisdiction of the agency for a project like this in federal waters was not as clearly understood. During the course of that hearing, that was obvious. And there were several times during that hearing where that had to be clarified by the chair. So it was my hope that this hearing would begin with a robust explanation so that that would be really well understood, because it's an abnormal process. It's not the norm for an agency review of something that's impacting state resources. And being in federal waters, it can feel a little awkward to understand. And it was obvious in that last hearing that it wasn't well understood. So I thought it was important, and I appreciate that was addressed very clearly in a way that I hope will make a difference.
And if I may, the Coastal Zone Management Act is admittedly confusing. There's not many people that work under the guise of the CZMA, and there are not very many projects. Actually, these are the first projects of this scale to be done under the CZMA. So my counterparts in the federal level at NOAA, the Oceanic and Atmospheric Association, are also continuing to learn and develop guidance and help coastal states understand how best to use the CZMA, where it's appropriate to use the CZMA and that scope. So that it's very well put by yourself that it is confusing.
Anything else? Anything else from Mr. Willis, from Mr. DeSisto before we call up Orsted or Sunrise? Oh, good. All right, is applicant present?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Can you come forward, please?
Would you like us first or the advisory board?
I think it's appropriate to have the applicant go first.
Have the applicant first, please. Good evening.
Good evening.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for your time tonight. My name is Robin Main and I represent Sunrise Wind. With me tonight is my partner, Christine Dieter. We want to thank the council for their time tonight, and we want to thank the staff for all of their efforts to work with the Sunrise Wind team. Mr. Willis's leadership, Kevin's guidance and thoughtful comments, along with Mr. Spenyans and many others on the Subcommittee staff, have brought us before you tonight with the conditions that Kevin just went over in his staff recommendation. And the project is 100% committed to following those conditions that Kevin outlined to you over the past few minutes. So tonight, what I would like to do is bring forth several presenters to give you additional information about the project. And just briefly, we will give you a project overview, and then we will discuss certain components of the project, including, for example, the cable installation. And then we'll round out with additional discussion on mitigation. So the first person I'd like to call up tonight is Ryan Shaders. And I'm going to move back to the chair here so that I'm not in the way of the screen.
While we're waiting for the clicker, I'll do a quick introduction of myself.
Please raise your right hand.
Oh, sorry.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Ryan Shaders, RyanChaytors.
And sir, your comments will be in the context of the staff report that we just got the report on, correct?
Yes. So again, want to thank the council and the staff for the time this evening. My name again is Ryan Shaders. I am the Program Development Director for Orsted. I'll go back to the audience here. My role at Orsted is to oversee the development of our Northeast program that includes our Southport, Revolution, and Sunrise Wind projects. I graduated from Dartmouth College with a degree in environmental studies and have been developing or assessing renewable energy projects in the US for over 20 years. The last 5.5 of which have been with Orsted, where I have the privilege of working with a vast team of experts, specialists in environmental issues, engineers, construction operations managers, as well as our marine affairs group, which has been mentioned a couple of times already today. They really are, our public form of communication, where we have the mariners briefings, we have our boots on the docks to be able to answer if there's any questions. So we have a very robust team. I've also had experience working for an independent engineering company, D&B, where I led the technical due diligence for pre-construction and operational renewable energy projects across the US. So I'm going to spend some time today just to again give an overview of the Sunrise project. I again appreciate Mr. Sloan's summary, so I will try to skip through some of this that he has already covered. If there are questions, I'll always be happy to answer. You can see on this slide, Sunrise lease area is the red outline lease area that is located south of both of our South Fork and Revolution Wind projects. It is completely south of Cox Ledge. Just from a distance standpoint, it's about 30 miles from both Newport and Little Compton and about 17 miles from Block Island. Most of the lease area is within Rhode Island's GLDs and a small portion of the export cable, primarily that portion that is in the lease area. Project size again is going to be a 924 megawatt project, which we will deliver to New York via the OREC agreement that Mr. Sloan mentioned. Again, Mr. Sloan did a nice job again of kind of laying this out, and that we had initially submitted a construction and operations plan to BOEM with 122 positions. We have since revised that down to 84 positions. And that final layout will be approved, so where those actual 84 positions are will be approved by BOEM in the record of decision. We have done a lot of work over a number of years to refine this layout. The 1 by 1 nautical mile wide grid was mentioned earlier. That again is the largest spacing of any wind project in the world. That was developed over years of engagement with key stakeholders, and it has been agreed to by all developers in the Northeast. It is a layout that is supported by the U.S. Coast Guard to allow for safe navigation, fishing, as well as search and rescue operations. So Sunrise is complying with that. We've also developed a layout to avoid all marine archaeological features, shipwrecks, paleo landforms, as well as all known unexploded ordnance. Mr. Sloan also mentioned the 2 telecommunications cables, one in service and one out of service. Because the one is in service, we also worked with the owner of that cable and had to remove 2 positions due to the proximity to that cable based on their requirements. So 2 positions were removed due to the proximity to that cable. We uncovered and discovered glauconite within the lease area, which is a sand that actually starts to act more like a clay when you pile into it. What that does is it does not allow us to then reach the necessary penetration depths for our foundations. So we're unable to install the Sunrise foundations at several locations because of the presence of this glauconite. And it depends on the concentration level and which layer in the subsurface they're at, but there are a number of positions that we're unable to do. Boulders and benthic habitat, again, one of the conditions again that we reaffirm, we are 100% committed to the conditions that we've agreed to, and those will not waver regardless of what happens at the federal level. We have agreed to avoid this area in the Northwest. You can see they're sort of hashed out. And when you look at this map, as Mr. Sloan described, the boulder densities within the lease area for Sunrise are very different. There is a very low concentration of boulders within the lease area, and we've already mitigated the most significant area of concern. On the next slide, I'll also show how the secondary area of concern that we also make sure we mitigate already. So we have a very critical focus on avoiding impacts to those areas. From a micrositing standpoint, just to give a couple examples of what we do, the graphic on the left is the purple diamond is what we refer to as our micrositing diamond. That is the allowable distance we can move a turbine in order to still comply with a 1 by 1 nautical mile wide grid. So this is the spacing that we're allowed to move. So in this example, you can see that we have moved away from this complex habitat area to move south to avoid impacts. We take a similar approach with the inter-array cables. If you look at this, we have 2 turbine locations. The shortest distance between these points would obviously be a straight line, but that would cut through the boulder field. So what we do is we microsite that array cable a little bit longer, but we go around. And we do that at all of our wind turbine positions, all of our inter-array cables, our export cable, and at the DC, the offshore converter station. Just a quick summary of again, the project components: 84 turbines, Siemens 11 megawatt direct drive turbines, a total capacity of 924 megawatts, all of which will be installed on monopile foundations. Between the turbines, we then have an AC inter-array cable between each turbine, which will carry the AC power from the wind turbines to the offshore converter. The offshore converter station, again, one single offshore converter station, will be installed on a 4-legged piled jacket. And at that station, the AC power from the turbines will be converted to DC power, and then that will be exported along our export cable route to our landfall in Long Island. From a permit perspective, the Sunrise project is going through a very thorough review from the permitting standpoint, both on the federal and the state side. We've spent a number of years compiling data, putting together permit applications together so that they can be reviewed in a very extensive manner. We started this process back in 2020 when we submitted our construction operations plan to BOEM. And since then, we've been in contact and in additional parallel reviews of permit applications with National Marine Fisheries Service, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, U.S. EPA, and the National Park Service. On the state side, we've also received our certificate of environmental compatibility and public need. I believe that's similar to the Rhode Island EFSB certificate process here. So we received that last November. And in addition to this evening's consistency review, we're also undergoing similar reviews in both Massachusetts and New York, as is required for the federal process. We're also conducting consultations with NOAA Fisheries and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to make sure and guarantee that the project is compliant with the Magnuson-Stevens and the Endangered Species Act. And I will point one other thing, that before the project is installed offshore, we also go through an independent certified review from a certified verification agent that will review all of the design aspects, the installation aspects of the project to make sure that it's done in an efficient and safe way. Before we get that, and again, it's company DNV that's performing that service, and they report directly to the federal government. Just a quick overview of the estimated windows of what our offshore activities will look like. You can see from the slide that we plan to start offshore activities in late 24, started with a few piles for our foundations and the installation of the offshore implementation. We'll then pick up the bulk of the construction activities in 2025, where we'll install the remaining pilings and foundations. Also do the cable lay and burial for the array cables and export cables, followed by installation of the wind turbines, with the hope of having the project operational by the end of 2025. I would also want to point out that at the end of the project's life, we will be required to decommission the project. And that decommissioning will take place based on a very detailed decommissioning plan that will be developed with key stakeholders and agencies to make sure that at the end of the day, the end of the project's life, that we take away everything that is required of us. There could be some nuances at that time and to determine whether or not all aspects of the project should come out or whether certain aspects of the project come out. It's going to depend on impacts to the marine environment and impacts to marine users. But regardless of that, we will make sure that we have, and we're required to have the financial assurance to take everything out. We'll have that up front. We, within the joint venture, Ørsted and Eversource, are committed to Rhode Island's position as a leader in offshore wind. We obviously have our U.S. co-headquarters right here in Providence, with nearly 70 or roughly 70 employees. We've made major investments in Port Quonset and Port of Providence for our construction activities, which are occurring as we speak. Many of you have been out to these facilities to see the South Fork is going on now. Expect Revolution to follow. Sunrise will be right behind them. Just to point out a few very specific benefits that the Sunrise project specifically will also bring to Rhode Island is the first crew transfer vessel. Sunrise is going to require its own specific crew transfer vessel, which is going to be built in, chartered out of, and operated out of Rhode Island. The TTV is also going to require use of local ports and Quonset, et cetera, so there'll be additional services there. Sunrise operations is also going to provide additional activity in our existing offices. So again, Quonset, Port of Providence, and our service operational vessel, which is our larger vessel that's going to house our wind technicians out in the offshore environment when they're working. It's also going to fuel in Rhode Island. All totaled, roughly about $120 million of additional benefit Sunrise will bring to Rhode Island. Near-term construction benefits, the CTV is going to need somebody to build it and people to build it, so there'll be 40 full-time employees. Costs for using the construction bases of Rhode Island we plan to, as well as loading and storage of the Sunrise components of what's happening at Providence now. We expect Sunrise to do some things very similar. So I know Mr. Sloan did a nice job of covering many of the summaries of the project, so I will probably stop there. And again, appreciate the time this evening and thank you very much.
Any questions of council members of Mr. Chairos? Ms. Hall?
Thank you. I don't know if you're the right person, and I know you'll tell me if you aren't.
I will.
Relative to a few questions regarding the operation of the offshore converter station. And I was just curious about two particular issues, water withdrawal and thermal effluent discharge. Are you the right person to ask about that?
I am not, but we do have, it's gonna come up, I think, in second person up.
Thank you.
We'll get details on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll flip some of the order of the witnesses so you can get your question addressed right now. So I'd like to call up Keith Suderman from TRC, who will provide a presentation on the converter station.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Suderman, E-I-T-H, Suderman, S-U-D-E-R-M-A-N. Good evening. My name is Keith Suderman. I worked for TRC Environmental Corporation. I've worked there for 9 years. Prior to that, I worked for AECOM. Prior to that, I went to Florida State University and obtained my PhD in biological oceanography. Our goal on this project is to look at the biological and physical impacts of the intake and the discharge from the offshore converter station. So the biological analysis focused on the impingement and the entrainment of ichthyoplankton. I'm going to start by just defining those words. I'm going to use them a lot. So ichthyoplankton is the fish eggs and fish larvae. Impingement is when a larger organism becomes trapped on a screen due to the intake. And entrainment is when a smaller organism passes through the screen and then passes through the cooling water system. Next slide, please. So the function of the offshore converter station has been described already, but briefly, it's to convert the AC power from the turbines to DC power for more efficient shoreline transmission. It eliminates some infrastructure, but it generates heat, and that heat needs to be addressed through a cooling system. The cooling water system is designed to have a maximum flow of 7.8 million gallons per day, or MGD, and a maximum effluent temperature of 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Both the intake and the outfall will fall under the jurisdiction of the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, NPDES, which is administered by the federal EPA under the Clean Water Act. We started that NPDES consultation through pre-application meetings with the EPA, also with the BOEM, also with NIMS, to establish what the agency expectations were and discuss the project and address issues up front wherever we could and get their input on the project. We submitted our application in December of 2021, had more discussions, refined the project further, and the draft NPDES permit was issued this May. It was followed by a 30-day public comment period. During that period, third-party comments were received on the permit, and the EPA has indicated that the final NPDES permit should be issued around March of 2024. Just to put that 7.8 MGD into perspective, this chart on the right side shows the cooling water intake needs of several comparably sized power plants in the area. Ours is 924 megawatts. These range from 750 to 2,000 megawatts. And the water intake needs are about 100 times as high or more of our cooling water needs. Next slide, please. So the EPA's standard for this is the best technology available, the BTA. That's the best technology that is feasible to that application. I'm going to discuss 4 items here, and then I'm going to go into a little more detail on a couple of them. Ms. Hall will dig into deeper where we need to on these. The elevation of the intake pipe, we're siting it 10 meters from the sea floor. It's a little tough to see. The intake pipes are down here. And in a moment, I'm going to discuss the discharge pipe as well. The intake pipes are sited towards the bottom of the water column in the coolest water. It's a cooling system, so if we pull the coolest water, we'll get the most benefit from it. We don't have to draw as much water, so that reduces the volume needed. We located it off the bottom, so it's not affecting the benthic resources, and the ichthyoplankton are distributed in the water column towards the surface. So by locating it deeper in the water, we entrain fewer of the organisms. The next item is the seawater lift pumps. These pumps are adjustable. We don't have to run this thing at full tilt all the time, 7.8 MGD. And in fact, if you look across the bottom, that's our average intake flow, the AIF. I'll read it for you. I know it's far. It's 4.0 for 7 months, so about half of the maximum value. And during the warmest month, the seawater temperature is warmest in October. The AIF is 5.3, so we're running well below our maximum value. So we're turning the pumps down when we don't need them to match the cooling water needs that we have. The intake velocity, the EPA has defined an intake velocity of 0.5 feet per second as being protective against impingement. That's to say that larger organisms, juvenile and adult fish, can outswim that and can avoid being impinged upon the screens. So we started with that 7.8 MPD, and we adjusted the size of our intakes to make sure that our intake velocity would never exceed that 0.5. At the 4.0 MGD, which is typical, it's actually 0.26 feet per second, so about half that threshold. The final one is the discharge case, and this is where the heated effluent is coming out. It discharges 12 meters below the surface of the water in the warmer surface waters, which helps to reduce the size of the plume. It also avoids any effects on the seafloor, and it dissipates before it reaches the surface of the water. So it doesn't act as a fish attractant or a bird attractant, for example. Next slide, please. So for the entrainment of organisms by the intake, what we found was that less than 1/10 of 1% of the ichthyoplankton within the lease area would be entrained on an annual basis. Let me go into some of the details of that. The data set we have here is a very robust data set. This is the MARMAP data set. It's been collected between 1977 and 2017. So it's 40 years of data. Each red dot represents an individual ichthyoplankton toe. I'm blanking on the exact number of toes there are. It's many. What's important is the blue square. We reduced this down to be just around our project. The blue square has 1,868 individual ichthyoplankton toes. That's a huge number. That gives us a lot of data to work with. That allows us to look at our effects by species and by month. And we further focused on the species with designated essential fish habitat in this area. There's 17 of them. They're listed at the bottom. I won't read those. But we took the abundance of the species and we took the volume of the intake. And from that, we calculated the number of species, the number of individuals that we anticipated to be entrained. And then we compared that to the number within the lease area itself. And it comes out to less than 1/10 of 1%. That's low enough that it's not anticipated to have population level effects that would be sensed at the stock biomass of those fish species. Next one, please. We also did three-dimensional modeling of the intake and the discharge. In each case, we used the worst case conditions. That means the highest flow condition, 7.8 MGD, as well as the lowest flow conditions. That's slack tide. It's not zero flow, but it's the lowest flow at this location. And that expands the area, expands the size of these of the hydraulic zone of influence as well as the thermal discharge. So these are worst case pictures. For the intake, the yellow line. Thank you. I appreciate it. Look at this technology. The yellow line around here represents a 5% change in the flow field. And it drops below 5% of the ambient flow within 6 meters of the intake pipe. It also does not contact the seafloor, so it won't affect the benthic resources, and it's far below the surface. The discharge, the worst case conditions for this are the coldest month. We're discharging warm water into cold water. So that's where we'll see the largest discharge, the extent of the discharge. The red line, these buttons are tiny. This red line is a 1 degree differential. That means that water temperature during the coldest month, 41 degrees. That red line represents 42 degrees Fahrenheit. So very sensitive. 25 meters is the greatest extent of that thermal effluent. The EPA's regulations allow for 100 meters, so it falls well within that. Both of these, the intake and the effluent, fall underneath the platform itself. So they're very small, very self-contained. Okay, and then finally, once we get under operation, the requirements of our permit require us to monitor things to make sure that we understand so that we understand the performance and can evaluate the environmental effects. We'll be looking at water quality monitoring on a continuous basis with a SCADA system. We will be measuring the thermal discharge to confirm that it is 25 meters or less. And we will be doing our own ichthyoplankton sampling. That'll be the same methodology as that large MARMAP data set, and reassessing our calculations of entrainment to ensure that they are we anticipate much lower than our original calculations because we took a lot of very conservative assumptions along the way. We'll be reporting this to the EPA, and as Kevin noted, we'll be providing those reports to the CRMC, quarterly reports, so that you'll have the same data. That information will be used to evaluate the environmental effects of the project during the reassessment and reissuance of that NPDES permit on a 5-year process. And that ends my presentation. I'll be happy to answer questions or provide details on any of these.
Any questions of Mr. Suderman?
Yes.
I just have two just quick clarifying questions. Thank you for a very clear presentation. On the intake, and I guess really on the discharge, as it's going through that cooling process, there's obviously no change probably in salinity, but there's a change in temperature. Does that change the density? And does that create some kind of a upwelling or circulation that sort of you really can't describe in a 25 meter sort of flat plume, that would have more of a spatial, I guess, impact? I'm curious about that.
The answer. I took out the perfect picture to show you that. I apologize. Yes, there is a buoyancy effect. The effluent will come out warmer and thus less dense. And it does rise, but it does not rise to the surface. It dissipates. It's about a 6 meter rise over the course of the 25 meters, and it just sort of arcs away and then drops to ambient temperature. I can provide that. I know it's in the draft EPA permit, but we can.
Yeah, it's just a clarifying question. And then as a follow-up on the monitoring under NPDES that's required that you're going to share with the agency, there's also, that data, is that considered part of that fisheries research and monitoring plan that's referenced repeatedly in the staff report? I guess that's more of a question for you guys.
Yeah, that I'm not sure of. My gut says likely not, and that is within the confines of the NIPD's permit and what that entails. With that being said, it would be considered as part of, our overall review, continued review of the project and its performance.
So your review will also consider the NIPD's monitoring reports
Yes.
that you get in addition to the fisheries and research monitoring reports. Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Any further questions? No, okay.
And our next presenter is Garrett Ellis, who will talk about the cable installation.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Gareth Ellis, GARETHELLIS. Yeah, I'm Gareth Ellis. I'm the subject matter expert for cable installation on three rods. You'll be familiar with the Global Revolution. I also work on South Fork Sunrise and also Revolution for the cable installation.
Sir, please keep your voice up.
Sure, yes.
Thank you.
I graduated in '93 as a geologist and started working in the North Sea oil and gas fields, installing power cables, pipelines, and worldwide fiber optic cables. And then for the last 14 years, I've been working solely on offshore wind. I've installed around 750 kilometers of cables under my management, which equates to 2.9 gigawatts of power, and that equates to 4.5 million homes. And I'm very proud to say that and bring that experience to Rhode Island and the Eastern Seaboard. Okay, just to share another slide, which Ryan's already shared. I wanted to show in the top right-hand corner there, the yellow cable, the export cable coming into the GLB and this area. That's about 6 miles long, and it becomes relevant in one of the slides later in the package. Here's our cable. So the DC power cable there is constructed of 2 cores and a fiber optic. Bundled together, they equate to 5.2 inches in total diameter, and we've been targeting burial 4 to 6 feet.
Could you just stand near me because your accent is throwing me off a little bit?
Of course I will. Of course I will. Yeah, sorry.
I can hear you better.
Oh, yeah, sure. Our inter-array cables are tricore cables. They're not bundled. They are between 5.1 and 6.8 inches in diameter, and again, we're targeting 4 to 6 feet in burial. I'm just here to share the installation process. It's Sloan very kindly did a lot of my work for me today, but I'm going to go through the preparation of this bed, cable installation, and the remedial works. I won't read that slide, but we'll talk through that in the forthcoming slides. Again, as Ryan shared before, we have some clusters of boulders in the north of the fields we're avoiding. It's just to show the areas of boulders that we have. They're very sporadic, and we won't be spending a lot of attention, a lot of time moving those boulders and consider other projects. The second part we discussed is the cable we cross and we'll remove. In the right-hand side of the slide there, you'll see the cable actually runs from Rhode Island to Bermuda. That's a challenge Bermuda cable. There's a whole cluster of fiber optic cables out there, and for some old ones, tap 6 weeks, which are also going to be removing here. So, in terms of crossings, we'll have 1 export crossing and 3 array crossings with the challenge Bermuda cable, and our service removal one export and four array removals, and I'll explain a little bit about how we do that later. Seabed preparation, we have three main activities. The boulder clearance, which I said before, now that's an intelligent boulder grab. We will locate the boulder, which we'll already have surveyed, pick it up and simply transport that 10 to 15 meters up the cable route, and then we'll relocate it, and we'll know exactly the location of that from the survey equipment on that to be able to place that on the charts and deliver that to the required authorities. Following that, we will then form PLGR, that's pre-lay grapnel run. That is dragging a chain across the seabed with anchors on, and that collects any debris such as ropes or chains, which may impact on the cable installation tools. And then the grapnel at the bottom of the slide there is for the removal of the fiber optics. And as Mr. Sloan said, we be using that grapnel to pick up the cable, we'll then cut the cable and peel that back either side, so the distance required for the route. The ends will then be cut, taken to the surface of the vessel, and we'll bury the remaining ends on the seabed, so away from seabed usage. The challenge Bermuda cable, being a live cable, will cross, we'll place mattresses on top of that cable in order to lay our cable over the top. These mattresses will have tapered edges, which helps with the trolling over. We will then lay the sunrise cable on top of those mattresses, and on top of the sunrise cable to protect that, we'll use mattresses again, or potentially rock beds. For installing the export cable, this vessel here, the Isaac Newton, will have 3 tanks on board with the 2 cores, power cores, with fiber optic cable. That will be bundled together as it goes over the half of the vessel, and then laid to seabed directly. And the cable speed there, 2,000 feet per hour, is fairly swift. You'll see that, as I mentioned before, 5.9 miles from the lease area to the converter station should take us around 16 hours, just to demonstrate the speed of the activity. Lay the cable first, and then we come back and trench it. Now, trenching vessel will be directly behind the lay vessel as much as possible, and will be trenched immediately or very shortly after the lay cable. We want to reduce that for several reasons, obviously for seabed users and for our own protection cable. The speed we're going to install the cable again, trench the cable again is going about 1 knot, about 800 feet per hour. And these machines, these jetting machines, will trench the cable to 4.6 feet requirement and leave a thin trench, or depending on the soil type, behind as it puts the cable into the seabed. The cable lay for the array cables is exactly the same. He will lay the cable between the turbines, relay to the seabed, and then return with the trenching machine. The next slide, very similar to the export cable. 2 machines on the vessel here to help with the contingency, and also the trenching vessel is followed closely behind again in the vessel. So, in a circumstance where maybe we can't prepare the cable, we've got very good removal soils, very good tools here, so it's a low risk installation. However, we have to obviously understand that we have a process we follow right from the very beginning, including our route engineering around boulders, around hard grounds, etc. We've got very accurate lay systems. We've got very site-specific trenches. And then if the trenching machine hasn't managed to get the target burial depth, survey the cable. If we feel we should perform a second pass to try and reach that target burial depth, then we'll do so. If we still can't do that, we'll use this engineering document called the Cable Barrier Risk Assessment. Well, that's developed to help us to understand what final risk might be to seabed users after we've studied all the ground conditions, AIS shipping data and fishing studies. And only when we see that the cable isn't buried as deep as required, for that risk or for that potential interaction, then we'll put secondary protection on. And in our case, we would use mattresses or rock frames. Slide back.
Any questions of Mr. Ellis? Mr. Flynn?
Did you say that you try to bury 4 to 6 feet deep?
Yeah.
And that there are certain areas that you might not be able to achieve that. And do you have any assessment of what percentage of within the field, what percentage of the area do you think might fall into that category of not being able to bury?
So this field is particularly good because it's very amenable to jet trenching, which means that we can utilize multiple passes. So the risk of us not being able to bury is quite low. However, in this box we have a 50% secondary protection. I can't say an exact figure what we will use. We would like to use 0%, but there are circumstances where potentially, no matter how much survey we've done, we haven't seen in the surveys. So we need to have this potential. This allows for some secondary protection. However, like I say, we've got very site-specific tools. We've got amenable soil, so it's quite low.
And did you use the term mattresses?
Yes.
Okay, so you put an artificial cover over what you can't bury.
Yeah, so it's a concrete mattress. They're 3 meters wide, 6 meters long, and 1 foot in depth. The tapered edges, which helps with like throwing. They're flexible. They're laid over the cable on the seabed to crossing. We lay our cable over the top of that, and then cover our cable with the same. So it's a very industry standard way of raising crossing.
And even when you do bury, there will be times when through currents or whatever, a buried cable could reveal itself down the road. Correct?
If we hadn't done the due diligence on the hydrodynamics or the seabed mobility. So of course we've done studies on that, and that all feeds into the burial depth in the cable burial risk assessment. So we would place secondary protection if we needed to in an area that we hadn't managed to reach that depth. But where we've got seabed mobility, we make sure that the cable is buried deep enough to take that depth reduction or increase in the future. So that is studied, and
But the best laid cable may emerge at some point.
Well, we don't want, obviously we don't want that, and
not.
that's why the studies and the cable burial risk assessment come into play. So we don't leave the cable unless we know it's safe.
So can you describe the potential impact of crawling fishing boat that might pull up a cable inadvertently in the course of doing its work? What would the danger to that vessel be?
Of course, the burial depth is to make sure that it goes below the interaction depth.
But you can't guarantee that it won't ever be an issue.
This is why we do this seabed mobility study. So that if in areas where we have got mobile seabed, we bury deeper beneath that mobile seabed.
Even deeper than 4 to 6 feet?
If required, but our studies show that the significant, more significant than below that 6 feet.
Okay. Thank you.
That's all.
So what would happen if that didn't work out and a fisher hit a cable or hit the corner of the mattress, cement mattress? I mean, your studies, I'm sure, have indicated that,
Yeah,
those consequences or ramifications, what would they be?
well, the mattress, again, is designed with tapered edges to deflect trawling, and so it's designed not to caught by the trawling, say could never do so. The cable itself is very deep enough to not be in interaction zone, let's say. You know, of course, if it wasn't, if it was on the seabed, then of course the trawling would contact the cable. But we would never leave the cable like that.
Okay.
So,
Okay, thank you. So back to the charting, question regarding the boulder relocation.
yeah,
I believe from the staff report that the, relocation of boulders would not be charted until the end of the project after 27 months. Is that accurate, correct?
the final as-built charts, the actual positions will be available. You should see that.
Okay.
The positions are available on the vessel as soon as they place them, but that obviously needs a little bit of data processing, etc. But the actual positions of boulders after we move them will be available much sooner.
So is that through sort of your, fisheries communication plan? Is that part of it, sort of contemporaneous information sharing immediately with respect to any kind of boulder relocation, or, for example, where you have installed those concrete mattresses that are on the substrate rather than buried, those would also be contemporaneously noticed to mariners and to fishers as soon as they were in place? Okay, so with respect to the time lag for actual charting, when would that occur?
The final as-built charts go at the end of the project. We'll bring everything together with final surveys, etc. That's several months after the end of the installation. The individual boulders, cables, mattresses, etc., as they're installed, can be as soon as 24 hours afterwards. I can't put exact time on the boulders, but it won't be anywhere near the boulders.
And will those cement mattresses be charted as well
Absolutely.
at the end?
Yeah. All these mattress frame and the boulders, they're more intelligent water vehicles. We have all the survey high accuracy position.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Gagnon.
So do you expect to encounter any of this glyconite in your cable routes or impact the cable?
Then there's the shallow sand surface that we'll be installing into, but if we did, it's not the same, it doesn't have the same effect on the jet trenching machine as it would do.
Jet plow will still get through it?
Yeah, sure. Fluidizes rather than as you hammer it, it has a different effect.
Okay.
Anything else? Okay, thank you.
And Gareth, just while you're still here, I just want to say that as South Fork has gone through its construction, we've been through Marine Affairs notifying mariners of where anything has been placed. And that's been going out almost in real time or as close to it as possible. So that's the process here. And Gareth, if you could just for a moment, if you can, address kind of the monitoring of the cable post-construction.
Yeah, so we have obviously a survey plan for the duration of the duration of the plan. So and so specifically in areas like the crossings, they will be surveyed with more high frequency than other areas where we know the cable is buried well below that zebra risk position. But there are, and I can get my name to exactly the frequency of the surveys right now, but the whole cable and specifically high interest areas such as crossing the survey regular. Ensuring the cable is.
Ask a quick question.
Yes.
So is that information, I'm not quite hearing how often that's gonna be done. I'm sorry. You said
I'm sorry,
regularly?
Can't put that figure to you right now. I can.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
No
sorry.
wonder I didn't hear it.
Yeah.
And so would that material, would that information also be submitted back to the agency? So for their
Yeah,
review and
the
consideration as,
frequency that we finally agreed to in the call, absolutely. Yes. The final survey at the end of the project is the baseline, if you like, and then it's surveyed with frequency afterwards so that we can see how the cable moves, if it does, or the seabed moves on top of the cable afterwards.
so what's the frequency that you do it now for South Fork?
I'd have to come back to you.
Still under construction, so I'm not sure we have that information.
But even during, I mean, the cable's been laid.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So how long's that been in place?
South cable.
The cable?
But some of them, export cables being in place for
I'm sorry?
a couple of months,
Couple of months.
and it's being trenched. The array cables are fully installed now.
Right. So maybe twice a year?
I can't.
That's for the maintenance part. Once we can, like, as I say, we'll complete the construction and then the final survey. Then we'll perform, I think, yearly or 5 yearly, whatever it is in the of the frequency. And surveys have specific areas which we know are more risky, such as crossing. So we need to know the mattresses aren't moving or.
And that's shared
highly
directly,
likely, but that's, you know, that.
and that's shared also directly to mariners.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
I just wanted to say.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
We have some folks in the audience who are part of the team that Ryan referred to earlier. And let me just address the inspection frequencies. And Kristen or Mike, you can certainly chime in if I get this wrong. But after the first year of installation, another inspection will be after the 2 to 3 year mark, another inspection after the 5 to 8 year mark, and then after certain major storm events. The next witness, our presenters I'd like to bring up tonight are two. And they go hand in hand, so that's why I'd like to bring them both up. And it's Bill Bailey and Catherine Palmquist. They're from Exponent, and they will address electric and magnetic fields from the cables. And Bill will go first.
Please raise your right hand. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
William Bailey, WILLIAM,
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Catherine Palmquist, KATHERINE, ALMQUIST.
Good evening, everyone. We're here to discuss aspects of electric and magnetic fields associated with the cable operation. I have over 35 years of experience in the field of bioelectromagnetics. I have trained at University of Chicago, City University of New York, the Rockefeller
University and also in New York. I have directed and designed many studies, exposures to all different types of electromagnetic fields, including the electric and magnetic fields associated with onshore and offshore cables. Next slide, please. I'm giving some examples from our long report. This describes the AC magnetic field produced by the electricity coming from the offshore wind turbine generator to the converter station. Shows the upper profile shows the calculated magnetic field at the seabed. And you can see below it the lower height of the magnetic field profile at 3.3 feet above the seabed. So you can see there is a 10-fold reduction in the magnetic field as you go from the seabed up 1 meter, 3.3 feet above the seabed. That quick diminishment in the intensity of the magnetic field occurs as you go horizontally to either side of the cable. And so within 5 feet of the cable to either side, the magnetic field is less than 8 milligauss. And by the time you're 10 feet on either side of the cable, it's less than a single milligauss. Next slide. Once the electricity is converted to DC currents or transferred ashore at the converter station, the DC magnetic field cable is the source of fields continuing to shore. Notice the dashed line crossing the graph. That represents the level of the Earth's natural geomagnetic field. And the DC magnetic field of the cable is just like that, and the two interact with each other. Directly over the cable, the upper blue profile shows the at the seabed. And then, as in the previous profile, as you go just 1 meter away from the seabed, the magnetic field drops precipitously. And if you go off to either side of the cable, in this example, within 10 feet, the electric and magnetic fields from the cables at either height are quite similar to that of the geomagnetic field, either being slightly higher or slightly lower. So these are the principal sources of magnetic fields that we described in our report. And it's up to my colleague, Dr. Palmquist, to give us a explanation of how this impacts potentially sea life around the cable. I would just further point out that our methods were very conservative, tending to overestimate the magnetic fields from the cable. And this is particularly in the case that all of our calculations assumed that the cable was buried to a depth of 3.3 feet. The target burial depth of the cable, however, is from 4 to 6 feet. So being further away from the seabed surface, all of these values will be lower when the cable is installed further below the surface, as shown in the target burial depth calculations.
So my background is I'm an expert in ecological risk assessment. I have undergraduate degrees in entomology and communications from Washington State University, and I did my doctoral research at Oregon State University in ecotoxicology. I have over 15 years experience conducting ecological risk assessments and natural resource damage assessments, and I've worked on EMF issues for the past 8 years. So the assessments we conducted for the Sunrise project, we conducted separately for DC and AC cable. Dr. Bailey alluded to the fact that the DC cable produces EMF at 0 hertz, which is similar to the geomagnetic field, which is also 0 hertz. And the AC EMF oscillates at 60 hertz, which is not found in the ground. Because of that, we conducted our assessment separately. Our primary assessment for the DC cable was to look at species that might pass through this area shown here directly over the cable. And we were interested in adverse effects to populations. And from an individual basis, we were looking for effects on individual growth, individual reproduction, and individual survival. Because those are the things that can, in the aggregate, affect the ability of the population to reproduce and survive at healthy levels. And in looking through all of the scientific research and literature, this range from about 500 to 900 milligauss, there's no evidence that an individual organism passing through this area would be affected in terms of growth, reproduction, or survival. There's also no evidence that there's a migration barrier. Several studies have looked at this, including tagging studies and cage studies, and there's no barrier to movement across this area. What has been seen are behaviors that are response behaviors, so detection response, which would be thought of as investigation behaviors. So in this very narrow band, you might see more turns and then passing through. In some cases, a slower swim speed and then passing through. But these types of responses do not affect growth or reproduction or survival. In addition, we have field studies that have been conducted at DC cable sites with slightly higher magnetic fields, so up to closer to 1,000, 1,200. And there was no effect on the benthic invertebrate community that was living above the cable or the fish community. Go back to the EC. So the AC studies were conducted separately because these are associated with human structures and cables and not found in the environment. The detection ability for organisms is much lower. In fact, when we look at the literature, the only evidence of even a detection ability occurs at hundreds of thousands to millions of milligauss. So again, we did not see any likelihood that there's even a detection at the inner array cables. In both cases, secondary assessments were conducted hard ground sites where organisms might congregate simply because it's hard ground, and there may be a prolonged exposure in that regards. But again, with those studies, effects were not seen until magnetic field levels of tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of milligauss over many days to months. So again, these levels are low, and our assessment concluded, like many other assessments, that these levels do not affect populations in any adverse way, as individuals can continue to grow and reproduce and survive at normal rates. And with that, we could take care of it.
Any questions? That's all.
I just had two quick follow-up questions. You mentioned earlier that your studies were based on a conservative measurement of 3.3 feet relative to the burial of the cable to the burial depth, target burial depth. And earlier we were asking one of your colleagues about the percentage of cable that is not going to be buried to that depth. And remind me, what was that percentage overall of cable that wasn't going to be buried to that desired depth?
I'm sorry, I was sitting in the back of the room and I could not hear
It's
that.
hard to hear.
I have hearing aids.
They can just shout it out now.
It's up to 15%, but we estimate that it will be lower than that given the seabed conditions in Sunrise.
So in that 15% roughly, does your study reflect a difference in those 15% of the over 100, I guess it's over 100 miles of cable, of that 15%? Is there any kind of an appreciable difference, or was that studied? Does any of your analysis cover that area of the cable?
We covered that
specific types of conditions in great depth. And where you cover, if the cable is laying on the surface and you cover it with the concrete mattress, then potentially organisms could get closer to the cable than as if it were 50 meters below the seabed. So the magnetic fields at the surface of the covering structure will be higher, sometimes considerably higher than they are if the cable was buried under the typical condition of 4 to 6 feet below the surface. So we have all those calculations considered both in the coverage of the cables and also where organisms might occur, where the cable's covered as it exits from, let's say, the converter station. The cables come down the converter station, then exit into the environment. At those places, there is a covering around the base of the structure, and we consider that as well. These values are not in the range, however, that would contradict anything that Dr. Podwood testified about with regard to just the buried cables themselves.
Thank you. And then my last question, is a clarification again, the EMF emissions from, as you just stated, from the converter station or from the cables, are those emissions also considered under the National Pollution Discharge Elimination System permitting process?
To my knowledge, they're not, but that particular federal statute, I have not heard of that being referenced with regard to electric and magnetic fields.
No, it's interesting, but I'm not clear whether it is or not. I don't recall the definition, but when you talk about it as an emission in the literature that was provided in the application, it just triggered in my mind that perhaps it's also regulated in that way.
Well, at this frequency, these fields can't really be considered as emissions. They are a property of space around objects and that have the ability to interact with charges, either static or moving. So it's not the case that we're talking about an electromagnetic field like light, which is a propagating field that goes off in a direction for long distances. This is a physical property of the space around objects that has a potential to interact with other charges. So I'm not sure that from perspective of electromagnetics, it would be considered at this frequency an emission.
Great, thank you.
Any follow-up questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna stop at 8, but we can do it right now. What do you have left? Or what's next? And I mean, like, is it gonna be a 20-minute thing or you can take a 5-10 minute break right now?
Yeah, we've got about 15 minutes.
Transmitting from the object.
All right, we'll take a break right now.
Yeah.
EPA is not what?
Back on the record, August 22, 2023, our Coastal Resources Management Council meeting. Attorney Main.
Yes, we have two more short presenters. One is Helga Kite Powell from the Woodhull Oceanographic Institute, and he will lead us.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Name is Hauke Kite Powell, Haukeit. Try to stay with my back to as few people as possible. I am going to go through the fisheries exposure analysis. I've been asked to do it very quickly. Am I blocking someone's view?
Yeah. Stand over there.
Verify this photographer.
Okay, very good. No, I can be able to hear it. Okay. I will do this very quickly. If there are any questions, we can come back if we need any details. But what we do to estimate the impact on fisheries from this project is to look first at the baseline landed value of fish from the project areas. Those are summarized here. It's in $2020, and it's an average of 12 years of NOAA data for commercial fishing from those areas. 1.2 million for the lease area in landed value, 2.5 million or so, including indirect and induced effects on shore. We assume that that baseline, that historical baseline, will continue in the future in the absence of the project. For charter fishing, we conducted a survey to find out what kind of charter fishing happens in and around this area. And these are the baseline summary values. For commercial fishing, direct landed value about 1.4 million per year in 2023 dollars now, current dollars, and close to 3 million a year, including indirect and induced effects on shore, and the corresponding values for Rhode Island-based charter fishing. That's the baseline values. To get to the estimate of the effects of the project on those fisheries, we consider effects during construction, including the lack of access to certain areas while the farm is being built, and the effect on availability of stocks. For example, finfish will leave the area where there's noise from pile driving. We also consider effects during operations. Certain parts of the footprint of the project area will no longer be accessible to fishing because of the infrastructure that's in place there. And we consider the decommissioning effects at the time when the project is decommissioned. And rather than talk about the details of all that, I'll move right to the conclusions. When you take those projected effects over the 3 years, let's count them back to 2023 dollars. We have about $3.8 million in direct effects from commercial fishing. Another 600,000 or so in direct effects associated with charter fishing, for about 4.4 million total in direct effects. And that translates to 9.3 million if you include the onshore indirect effects. One final set of numbers. This is the BOEM guidance ramp that some of you may be familiar with. BOEM has a guidance document, a draft guidance document that spells out certain assumptions that they suggest people make about funds that should be set aside to compensate for potential losses. This is a little different from what we try to do. We try to estimate what we think the losses are really likely to be. The BOEM guidance is a slightly different animal, but if you calculate those values
for the Sunrise project. They're shown here, 3.9 billion for those 5 years of the gold grant after construction finishes. Indirect value, which is the number that Bohm suggests you use. If you add the indirect and induced effects to that, it's 8.2 billion. Before I finish, I want to acknowledge the subject matter experts Fab, Kyle and Elisa. We've had really constructive, useful meetings with them. They've helped us improve our analysis. We think we've helped them with theirs. And so I just appreciate that cooperation, collaboration. And that's it for me. Any questions?
Any questions of Mr. Kite Powell? Ms. Hall?
With respect to potential exposure to Rhode Island fishing, I'm wondering if you could speak to the anticipated reduction in scientific surveying that's part of how quota is set in this region, and address it both for the idea of like, how is that compensated, that loss of certainty and the potential impacts to having more conservative quota? And then also, can you address that from a cumulative impact relative to all of the projects that you're involved in? Because this is just one of a number. And I think it's just important, it would be important to understand that impact, because that lack of scientific surveying, which all of the management relies on, could also have an impact that is not, I don't see it appearing on your charts.
Yeah, those are both good questions. As far as the surveys go, we've not tried to estimate the effect of that. And honestly, I don't know how to. I don't think NOAA has made final decisions about how surveys will change or not change in the future because of this. I think NOAA is in the process of making plans around that. There are statistical ways when you have to change your survey technology for one reason or another, which happens anyway over time. You know, sometimes the vessel has to be swapped out. There are statistical ways to manage that kind of change, and I'm sure that they will figure out a way to do that here. But I don't know when those plans will be finalized. It's difficult to say what the effect of that.
So there's no way to compensate for the loss, for any losses associated with more conservative management that may be imposed on the fishery based on the lack of access. There's no way to come up with any kind of a compensatory scheme or idea that would accommodate for that.
I suppose in principle, it would be possible to do that, but I don't know what that loss is going to be, or whether in fact it will be for conservative management. I don't want to make that assumption. So I don't think we have the information to try to quantify that. We're not included in this.
In your review then, going forward, when it becomes apparent, is there a mechanism whereby that can be compensated when those numbers are, when that loss, potential loss is apparent, or that potential change is apparent? Is there a mechanism where that can be added to the compensatory package?
That's a question that someone else will have to answer. I don't know what can be added in the future. I think that if the fishing industry can demonstrate a loss that is linked to this project, then they qualify for compensatory funds. That's my opinion. But until that happens, I don't know how to estimate what that effect is. We actually see how surveying changes. I don't think anybody knows that is. If in fact there will be.
Mr. Flynn,
Your estimate of project impact is considerably less than what Orsted is offering, what Sunrise is offering as compensation. Is that accurate? And maybe that's not a question for you, maybe that's what you're saying.
Probably a better question for them.
But it's also substantially less than what TAB is recommending, like by a degree of huge degree. Maybe when I wrap up or whatever.
all right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our last presenter is Jesper Christensen, who's the commercial lead on Sunrise. And while Jesper is coming up, coastal consistency is something that targets reasonably foreseeable effects. So in line with what Hauke was saying about the speculative nature of what will happen with surveys and ways to compensate for that. From a statistical standpoint, again, coastal consistency looks at reasonably foreseeable effects. And at this point, Jesper, who is indeed our last presenter, will talk about the mitigation package that's being offered. And this is a voluntary process of offering this mitigation package because coastal consistency also does not provide for the payment of monies here. You can do so voluntarily. That's what we're doing here. And Jesper will make that presentation.
Thank you.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Jesper Christensen. JESPERCHRISTENSEN. I jump 2 slides. There you go. Okay, so my name is Jesper Christensen, Commercial Director at Orsted, and responsible for commercial aspects of project development as well as external stakeholder agreements. Graduated with a master's in engineering and have about 20 years experience within the wind industry. So jumping right into it, we just heard from Woods Hole. So what you see on the left-hand side is the exact same numbers that Woods Hole had in their assessment. So it comes out to roughly $9 million. The analysis from Woods Hole does build in a number of conservatism. So in its own merit, very detailed study, and taking kind of a conservative approach to arrive at this number. On the right-hand side, we have the Sunrise Wind mitigation package. And it consists of a number of different components. So the first one we have here is the direct compensation fund. This is what compensates commercial and for-hire charter. Second one is, so charter is spelled up separately here, but charter is in fact part of the direct compensation fund. So jumping down to line item 3, this is the Coastal Community Fund. And these funds are set aside to benefit the greater fishery. And just as an example, that could be a new ice maker at a local port. It could be training or equipment for wreck fishing, just anything that you could really think of to benefit fisheries in general. The next one is a recreational study. This is something that was brought forward as a request by the CRMC staff, and what we've agreed to here is to fund the study to look into the type and the level of recreational fishing in the lease area. And then finally, we have the Navigation Enhancement and Safety Program. And these funds are set aside to provide system upgrades to commercial fishing. The navigational focused. In addition to upgrades, there's also funds available for training. This is professional training that, for instance, captains training or any kind of license upgrade. Not really limited in any capacity like that. And then finally, it also offers the opportunity to go to the Orsted simulator, which is here in Middletown, Rhode Island. And here you can sort of experience navigating through a wind farm in a virtual environment. And there's different scenarios, such as nighttime, adverse weather conditions, traffic, things like that. So all in all, this leads me to the assumptions and you know, the package that we put together here. So you can see we kind of jumped from 9 million to 17.6. And the main difference here is the addition of the phone ramp that we heard from Tauke. The BOEM guidance really is intended to be a standalone as an alternative to the Woods Hole assessment. But what we decided to do is sort of be on the conservative side and add the two together. So that's why you're seeing a jump from 9 to 17. So basically we're taking the BOEM ramp, which is the percentage you see in the lower right-hand side. And we added that value on top of the Woods Hole assessment. So I think this goes a long way to address some of the uncertainties that have been brought up by the fisheries. And in conclusion, just want to say we also applied economic multipliers on that BOEM ramp, which is something that is not called out for in the guidance from BOEM.
Any questions? Mr. Christensen, Mr. Flynn?
What's the process through which these funds are distributed to fishing interests?
So there's a process which is, and there's precedent for this process. So we have agreed in the past for South Fork wind and for Revolution wind. So there's, you know, well-defined terms and conditions for that. Briefly, it's the funds will be deposited into the Fishermen's Future Viability Trust. The actual claim process, which is also spelled out in term sheets, will be managed by a third party in concert with the trust. So the fishermen will submit a claim. It will be managed by the third party, and the trust has you know, sort of a advisory or consultant role, if you will, in that process. So everything is sort of laid out. In fact, it's active for South Fork, where the funds have been transferred. A third party has been engaged, financial institution has been engaged, and ready to go live as far as.
Have any funds been dispersed as of yet?
I don't believe so. The money has been transferred a couple of months ago, so there's a little bit over $5 million available just for South Fork.
Thank you.
As well.
Does your calculation include compensation, or I guess it would be, yeah, compensation or inclusion of actual closure from the area? In other words, not just construction closure, but active, like just closure for other reasons. I mean, I understand that there are additional closures that occur that are not planned for. Is that included in the compensatory package?
So what Woods Hole has looked at is sort of the whole lifetime of the project. So we're looking at, again, development phase, construction phase, operational phase, decommissioning, and then there's also post decommissioning. There's some stock effects that linger on for 3 or 4 years. So they look at the whole lifespan, and that's included in the number. There are specific assumptions for availability of the area, specific assumptions about, you know, how the areas are defined. And in these areas, this is where there's a lot of conservativeness built in, because the areas calculated upon are actually much greater than the actual areas impacted. So while it's not specifically called out as closures, it's addressed when you sort of look at the whole lifespan of the project. And there's assumptions on during construction, for instance, the 100% assumed loss, even though that's very unlikely to be the case. And then it sort of ramps down from there, you know, in accordance with the loan guidance. During the operational time, there's assumed loss of 5%. And then when you get to decommissioning, it's 50%. And then there's sort of a tail ramping down after.
So the conservative buffer that you say is there accounts for unexpected closures or removal from the area of fishers? And is there an agreement between you and the Rhode Island Fishers or the Fisheries Advisory Board that buffer does account for those unexpected removals from the grounds?
So unfortunately, there's no agreement in this case. We have had discussions back and forth, you know, issues have been raised and discussed. Ultimately, the numbers are still far apart. But what we try to do, and this is why we're offering almost double what the Woods Hole report assessed. And we're basically combining the Woods Hole number with the BOEM number, is to sort of overcome those things, right? So there's a lot of uncertainties. We understand there's a lot of anxiety about the unknowns, and that's why, you know, we went to the extent that offered what we did. So they're not specifically addressed, but you could say if you look at the big picture, the conservativeness combined with adding the BOEM ramp, multiplying that BOEM ramp by economic multipliers of approximately 2, factor 2, just adds up to build up a fund, an amount of money that is sufficient to cover the life of the project.
Mr. Flynn?
My quick question, just to make sure I'm correct here. We are not in any position to require a certain amount of compensation mitigation. What's being discussed here is just an offer from the applicant as to what they're willing to put into a compensatory fund. Is that accurate?
There was an agreement with staff as to the compensation. However, under the federal regulations, because it's a consistency, what the agency, the CRMC, can't do is say, this is what the compensation should be, and we will approve it at this compensation amount.
So it's a voluntary agreement at this point from the applicant. It's not a requirement of a council decision.
It's part of the conditional concurrence, and there was an agreement with that between the applicant and staff.
That was it. Okay.
So as a follow-up, and it's relevant as part of our concurrence because we are required under our enforceable policy to determine the overall net benefit or net loss to the marine resources. Is that why it's relevant?
Yeah.
Yes.
So, right, enforceable policies do look at mitigation and possibly compensation when we're in state waters. When we're in federal waters, we can't require the compensatory part of that mitigation, but we work with the parties to address mitigation beyond what we can massage the project to be. And that could include compensation, but it's as a side agreement with the two parties.
All right, thank you. Attorney Main?
That concludes our presentations. I have some brief closing remarks that I'd like to hold until just before deliberations, if you would agree.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Close. Nice. Okay, what? Yes, representatives of the FAB. How are you?
Thank you, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Michelle Hawes, from Desatel Browning Law.
Okay.
Our office represents the Fishermen's Advisory Board, or FAB. With respect to the subject project, based upon the application submitted, information from the project developer, and discussions with the FAB members and the FAB experts review, the project will have substantial negative impacts. These impacts are not being adequately mitigated. As a result, the project is not consistent with the state's enforceable policies. After reviewing the CRMC staff report, the FAB is unclear as to how the project can be deemed federally consistent. Initially, on page 9 of its report, CRMC staff determined that the consistency certification does not adequately demonstrate how the proposed project is consistent with ocean sand enforceable policies. Then, the report indicated that after discussions with the developer, CRMC staff reached agreement only on limited mitigation. The staff report says, where practicable, turbine foundations, offshore converter station, and the associated inter-array and export cable will be sited outside of Cox Ledge, unless such siting outside of Cox Ledge precludes Sunrise Wind from meeting its power purchase agreement obligations. That is from staff report, page 10. There are two issues here. The limited mitigation did not include review or approval by the FAB, and the limited mitigation does not actually mitigate the harm to the Rhode Island fishing industry. The CRMC staff report states that uncertainties related to the project include how commercial and recreational fishers will adapt to fishing in and around wind farms, whether stock assessments can be conducted with enough accuracy to avoid negative economic consequences, and impacts from artificial reef effects. The FAB continues to stand by their assertion that the project does not meet the CRMC's ocean sands enforceable policies. The CRMC cannot require monetary compensation as part of its CZMA federal consistency review decision. Therefore, the CRMC cannot object to the consistency certification solely for a failure to reach a compensatory mitigation agreement. But there is no reason why the CRMC cannot object for failure to otherwise properly mitigate the project's negative effects. The mitigation package proposed is illusory at best, with phrases like, if practicable, being applied to the mitigation measures. The FAB asked the CRMC, how is a minimal reduction in turbines, if practicable, protective of the Rhode Island fishing industry? Also, the issue of term sheets has been raised throughout the course of the subject project. The FAB objects to the issuance of any additional terms not contemplated by the now complete mitigation process and/or the public hearing and deliberation by the council. Any further terms and/or conditions placed on this project are outside the scope of the FAB review and are therefore not applicable to the FAB. The FAB asserts that Rhode Island has the power to require mitigation measures and conditions that actually mitigate harm. The FAB submitted a list of additional mitigation terms in an attempt to actually mitigate the project's harm and asked the council to approve them tonight. Otherwise, the FAB recommends that the CRMC issue a negative federal consistency finding. The FAB would like to present its two expert witnesses, Kyle Antonellis and Alyssa Richardson. They will provide an overview of their technical analysis and are available for questions. Kyle Antonellis will be presenting first.
Use this one.
So how are you gonna?
I'm gonna HDMI.
Okay. And just do whatever security versus.
Yeah, that is why she puts it on the laptop then.
Okay.
Suppose there's no security issue.
Such thing. Very.
Swear. Swear. I don't know how to speak into.
Coming through my laptop.
He has permission to speak.
Ryan, will we see an image of the,
No, he's gonna talk through the presentation.
okay,
That was my understanding.
okay.
To out of my laptop,
He's in, he's.
right? Is there a way
You
that
should be
Zoom can,
speaking.
because it echoes, is there a way that Zoom can just, you can talk through Zoom?
I'm just waiting for him to
Oh.
authorize that he can actually speak.
Okay. I apologize for the technical issues here. I was in Washington State. So,
Come in, no. I'm already through, but this fella's in Seattle. Yes. I'm gonna swear. I don't know if he's got his hand up.
Hello, can you hear me? Hi, this is Kyle. Can anyone hear me? If you're responding, I can't hear you. There.
Okay, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can.
Okay, although I can't see you, I'm gonna ask you to raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Kyle Antonellis. That's KYLEANTONELLIS.
Please proceed.
I'll wait for the Zoom. All right, thank you. All right, hello, everyone. My name's Kyle Antonellis. I'm a senior fisheries analyst at Natural Resources Consultants, based in Seattle. I have a master's degree in marine affairs from the University of Washington. My fisheries research focuses on fishing fleet analysis, lost and abandoned fishing gear, gear modification and designs, fishery cable interactions, and more. And just for a brief background, for some context, my background also includes experience working on commercial fishing vessels in the North Pacific. Next slide, please. All right, so I do want to acknowledge the team from Hui, Hauka Kaipal, Dijin, and Michael Ward for I'm sorry, for their baseline exposure analysis. Essentially, our method here was reviewing that analysis and identifying, although, you know, several issues that the FAB had brought up as potentially issues we want to address. We did focus on a few major ones, primarily due to time constraints. One of those was the discount rate that's within the compensation model. The other is the 5% reduction, the estimated 5% reduction in landings during the 30-year operational period. Another was an accurate assessment of exposure and impacts to the recreational fishing sector due to sunrise. Another was the bone mitigation recommendations, which we're happy to see they've moved forward with.
And then another one is increased concerns over navigational safety in and around Sunrise and adjacent wind farms. Next slide, please. So real briefly, we'll go over the discount rate. I don't think this is new for this group. I believe this has been discussed on previous projects. Essentially, FAB argues that discount rates should be closer to 3% rather than the 5%. This is essentially to make sure that the compounded costs of discount rate plus inflation and service fees for management of the funds can be covered over the long-term investment that this represents. This is essentially based on annual average returns of fixed income and equity based investments. Essentially, there's a potential here to lose 1.6 to 2.9% of these funds over the lifetime, and therefore we believe 3% is a more appropriate discount rate. Next slide, please. The next issue we wanted to talk about was the estimated 5% loss of landings over the course of the 30-year operations period. The FAB believes that risk aversion due to safety hazards from collision, elision, and gear entanglement with turbines and cables will significantly limit operating in and around the Sunrise far beyond the 5%. And additionally, knowing that effort may be redistributed, there are costs to that as well, including steam times, increased competition, increased cost and effort to maintain harvest amounts, and increased potential for gear conflicts and vessel traffic hazards. Next slide, please. So what we really wanted to do in response to this 5% number was to identify some of the key issues within the wind lease area that we think are problems. And one, of course, is the danger of subsea cables, which was not accounted for in that previous analysis. According to the Offshore Renewable and Cable Awareness Project in Europe, loss of gear, fishing time, and catch can result if a trawler comes foul of a submarine cable, and there is serious risk of loss of life. So this is a diagram they show on their website there. This is a group in Europe that's specifically working with wind farms and fishers alike. Next slide, please. So in relation to that, the European Subsea Cable Association provided a position statement in February 2022, which specifically says that subsea cables, buried or otherwise, can present a potential hazard or entanglement risk to fishermen. And as such, cables are potentially subsea hazards. And then they put the UK Admiralty Mariner's Handbook stating that, or advising that in order to minimize the risk of such damage as much as possible, vessels should should avoid such activity, including fishing, mining, and dredging at a minimum distance of a 1/4 nautical mile on either side of submarine cables. Another international organization, the Cable Protection Committee, in their government best practices document, also written in 22, uses that same language. Next slide, please. So here's an image of the cable array and turbine array as we know it. Next slide. These are this is a raster data set that was publicly available of fishing vessel traffic density from 2018 to 2022, showing how that density is distributed around that area. And next slide, please. And given a 1/4 mile buffer zone around each of these cables, you can see how much may be affected. Another thing that's important to note is that while there may be some space in between cable areas to fish within, particularly with larger vessels, it's a major increase in cost and time and effort to raise raise the gear when becoming in and around cable areas. Next slide, please. So, and just to finalize that point, there's some other cable protection areas, separation areas and safety zones around the world. In Australia, there's a 1.0 nautical mile cable protection zone on each side of submarine cables, buried or otherwise, where bottom contact fishing is illegal. In Oregon, their regulations state that being within 0.3 nautical miles, which is about 556 meters, is considered near a cable. And when near a cable, there's no setting or hauling of gear and no use of gear that significantly penetrates the seabed. In Denmark, also, there's in legislation there's no fishing allowed within 200 meters around all submarine cables. Next slide, please. So the FAB asserts that fishing operations will avoid sunrise cables, inter-array and export power cables at a minimum of a 1/4 nautical mile, knowing that several fishers will avoid sunrise area altogether due to these and other concerns. Should be noted that nearly all of the commercial fishing activity in sunrise is with bottom contact fishing gear. So a 1/4 nautical mile buffer around all these cables equates to 41.2% of the wind lease area. And as that relates to Rhode Island landings, it equates to annually around $578,000. Within the export cable route area, it's a smaller amount of that area, equates to about 7% or 7.8% of that area, which equates to a little over $100,000 annually. So over a 30-year operational period of sunrise, this equates to about 24.5 million with a 3% discount rate, or 17.2 million with a 5% discount rate. And next slide, please. We also wanted to talk about recreational fishing impacts. Various sources confirm that several popular recreational fishing areas, particularly targeting highland migratory species, also referred to as HMS, occur within and around the sunrise wind lease area. HMS are not the only recreational fisheries exposed to the sunrise and adjacent projects, as other species such as cod, scup, black sea bass, and fluke are also targeted in the area. While some studies have reported neutral or even positive recreational effects from offshore wind farms, these same studies and others have also reported negative impacts, as wind farms can displace recreational fishers from their traditional fishing grounds and cause changes in composition, abundance, and distribution of species. There have been a few studies specifically showing that pelagic fish in particular may not be attracted to wind turbines the same way other species might be. And next slide, please. So we estimated recreational fishing impacts based on several different sources, and developed values for angler trips, both HMS and non-HMS, excuse me, and estimated that the total annual recreational exposure to sunrise was about $525,000, and that about 25% of those trips would likely not occur because of the wind farm being in place. During the construction year, this would equate to just over $500,000 with a 3% discount rate. Over the 30-year operational period, this would be close to $2 million. And then during decommission, this would be around $200,000. This in total, this would equate, our estimate equates to about $2.7 million at a 3% discount rate. Next slide, please. And then we also wanted to talk about navigational safety. Sunrise and other wind farms introduce significant safety concerns to the fishing industry. When fishers harbor or transit near or within the proposed wind farm, the risks increase dramatically due to several reasons, including radar interference, lack of emergency support access, elision, increased potential for collision, and gear fouling. And restricted transit through limited access areas can compromise safety, particularly when trips are lengthened by hazardous weather. Increased fatigue and exhaustion increases chances for accidents to occur. Next slide. So the safety risks associated with radar interference from wind turbines are significant and will affect every component of fisheries exposure. Interference includes radar clutter, saturation, and shadowing. The National Academy of Sciences in a 2022 report stated that there's no standard approach to active radar deployment in a wind turbine environment. They also said that this is particularly consequential when conducting maritime surface search and rescue operations in and adjacent to offshore wind farms. The problem of radar interference from wind has not yet been solved and therefore remains a significant hazard to any vessel in or near sunrise and adjacent wind farms. Next slide. So here's some images of radar interference within a wind farm. I believe they're pretty self-explanatory, so we can move on to the next slide, please. Radar interference exacerbates the myriad of safety issues that confront fishers when around wind farms. In the UK, fishers around already developed wind farms specifically chose to avoid their previous fishing grounds into wind farms due to issues around safety. Rhode Island-based fishers, including FAB members, have stated that they will not fish inside Sunrise or other wind farms due to safety concerns. And these safety concerns, we believe, can be reduced by an addition of a dedicated certified vessel operator. This was also mentioned in the Coast Guard document, the Maripar study in Rhode Island and Massachusetts related to wind farms, where they assume in their analysis that mariners will likely have to adjust their watch keeping requirements and level of vigilance when navigating within a wind turbine area. Additionally, the National Academies of Science lists additional watch standards as the first example of mitigation for degraded marine vessel radar and wind farms. Therefore, Rhode Island vessels are needed to hire additional crew that are educated and certified in vessel navigation to fish within transit through the wind areas safely. Next slide, please. NOAA estimates of approximately 146 commercial fishing vessels from Rhode Island that could be displaced in the Sunrise Wind Farm, and about 68 that may be expected to operate within the Sunrise WLA. That's based on data from 2008 through 2019. The Bureau of Labor Statistics says that the average annual salary for a captain, mate, or pilot in Rhode Island is basically $93,000. And assuming that at least a half-time equivalent would need to be hired per vessel in order to maintain availability over the 30-year period, this equates to over $129 million at the 3% discount rate. So that is that's a summary of that. We provided here our recommended compensatory mitigation, and just want to mention here that without the not including that navigation operator, what we have is something closer to $48 million with a 3% discount rate, which would equate to about $38 million at a 5% discount rate. So it really is that navigational operator addition that would be kind of seemingly separate from that other part of the fisheries analysis. We just wanted to make sure those two understood separately there. And next slide, please. Is that the last slide? Oh, yeah, conclude, okay. So, in conclusion, the FAB identified 4 primary concerns related to compensatory mitigation offer. I listed those and we talked about them. Several other concerns related to impacts of the Sunrise project were not fully analyzed due to time constraints. Those included impacts of species and habitat from the power converter, electromagnetic fields, noise on species, changes in hydrodynamic patterns, interference with stock assessment surveys. And again, we appreciate the added dollar amount that was provided by the BOEM recommendations to address some of those issues. And that's, my presentation is done.
Any questions of Ms. Antonellis? Ms. Hall?
I have a question regarding the landings loss, the reduction in landings over 30 years, and whether your calculations or whether your concerns for impact include reasonably foreseeable impacts associated with uncertainty in insurance relative to your safety issues, especially with respect to the safety issues relating to navigation hazards, radar interference, and a lack of a certified vessel operator or lack of increased watch resources. Do your landings loss calculations and concerns also include that reasonably foreseeable impact?
No, they don't. We assume that if the safety areas were adhered to and an added navigation, a vessel operator that's certified would potentially be enough to offset problems with insurance providers.
So you don't anticipate any issue with insurance?
I can't say that fully. I mean, if every vessel had an extra vessel operator, and every vessel, adhered to some of the safety concerns around cables, then I believe that insurance providers would be more willing to dismiss their concerns about fishing inside of wind array area. But otherwise, I believe that yes, insurance issues could certainly be a problem.
Thank you. I have a question, sir. From where are you testifying this evening?
Seattle, Washington.
And do you reside there?
Yes.
Have you had occasion to visit the proposed wind farm site?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Any further questions? Mr. Izzy?
Yeah, I have a question. Mr. Antonellis, is there a US federal regulation that addresses cable safety zones around underwater cables?
To the best of my understanding, there's not, well, yes, there are regulations that discuss the essentially following the rules of the road. I believe these are in international regulations about not damaging cables. And on the NOAA charts, there are warnings. I would need to do a little more research to identify if there's specific US regulations regarding that, because they weren't found at this point. I just don't know. I don't have an answer.
You had brought out some regulations from overseas, international regulations that said, you should be a quarter of a mile away from the cable in Turkmenistan and a mile away from the cable somewhere else. There's no similar regulation that the United States has promulgated, correct?
I believe that's correct. There's no similar legislation.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay.
The next expert will be Ms. Alyssa Richardson.
Can I present from back here? Okay. Oh, okay, thanks, I appreciate that.
Are you the expert?
Yes.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
It's Alyssa Richardson, ALISA RICHARDSON.
Please begin, but keep your voice up, please.
Yes, sir. Okay, sure. So one of the things my name is Lisa Richardson. I have a master's degree in environmental engineering. I have a PE, professional engineer, and a PM, professional project manager. And then I also worked for 25 years at the Department of Environmental Management, which in those years, I've been there for a little while. I worked on NIPD's permits. I was a permit writer and also worked on in water quality certification program. So I was the head of the 401 certification group and wrote the permit for the Deepwater Wind project. So I'm familiar with any of those NIPD's questions that they might have. And so we'll talk a little bit about that today, but also here to talk a little bit about policy. And just sort of the process. I think I really appreciate the way Kevin laid out the process, and I really appreciate the confusion with it because it was something that had really rattled me for a while. Like it just does not make sense. Why do you put this cart before a horse? How can you say that something's federally consistent without really having any of the full understanding of what's going on? And then these enforceable policies that are somewhat enforceable but not enforceable. It was just very confusing. And then I began to dig a little deeper and realized that in about 2020, a lot of that was early 2020. A lot of the authority was sort of removed by that letter issued by Coastal Resources, and it's pretty much related around oil and we want it in the Gulf. And so they were trying to, there was very strong local authority and they're basically saying, yeah, your policies are enforceable, but in federal waters, but not when in these sort of situations. So you read through that letter, it's sort of, I say it, it takes some of that authority away. And so one of the enforceable policies that Tell Law read off is that you should not have significant adverse impact on natural resources or existing human uses of the Rhode Island coastal zone. And in the summary and on the presentations, it says you shall object or deny if there are those if those impacts exist. And so we're saying today that we don't really know what's going on with the natural resources because you haven't received any information from the National Marine Fisheries, from Service, from any other of those experts. And so, and also Kyle went through the process of explaining the extensive existing human uses that are being impacted by this project. National Marine Fisheries Revolution Wind was recently approved and federally consistent. That was prior to the release of the National Marine Fisheries Service document. Yes, it was costless ledge, but there are sound impacts and beyond, and who knows, foraging, other things. These folks are the experts, and they said on Revolution it is a significant adverse impact. They said that the provided documents didn't fully consider or evaluate the direct, indirect, and individual synergistic effects to essential fish habitat. This is saying that They say that the area without full and reasoned evaluation, there isn't enough, there aren't enough, without a full and reasoned evaluation of adverse impacts or measures to avoid or minimize. So they're not fully avoiding or minimizing these measures. So what I'm saying is, again, it's this cart before the horse. And so where is that reasonableness, reasonably foresee that there are these ecological impacts? Here's a status yesterday of the permitting. And to the left, it's, the Magnuson-Stevenson's Act. It's all of the experts weighing in and the federal agencies weighing in on this, the Army Corps of Engineers, the National Marine Fisheries Service. And here it is, none of them are complete, and you're asked to give a federal consistency here. So that it just didn't make sense to me. And I don't know how you can, reasonably foresee a lot of that without the data. But we do understand fully we believe, the FAB believes the human impacts. Just to jump a little bit to the cooling water and intake discharge report from Sunrise states 0.1 of the volume will be impinged and entrained. And really it comes to quite a few larvae and other zooplankton and eggs. But even the EPA's permit, which has not been finalized yet, and we didn't really have time to comment on that. We were hired on 2 days before the closure of the comment period on that. I found a few errors in there. But what it doesn't account for is the toxic plume that comes out of that cooling discharge. So they're only talking about the death due to intake. And that I say toxic plume because, it has a mixing zone to some extent. And then at some point it does thoroughly mix, but you're adding in a combination of chlorine and heat, which makes the chlorine more toxic. In addition, the permit limits are down at 13 micrograms per liter. However, that can't be measured. And the measurable concentration is really 30. So now you're almost tripling that before you can even measure it. So you don't even really know if you're in compliance. Although they're saying that's the compliance level, but it really is higher than what the actual permit level is. EPA did not agree with TRC's report. EPA did not agree with it. They conducted their own analysis. They said that, let's see what we got here. They said that Sunrise Wind only evaluated data for a subset of EFH species for which eggs and larvae are present in the vicinity of the wind farm. EFH is only designated for species for which federal fisheries management plans exist. But EFH species are not the only species with eggs and larvae present in the vicinity of this offshore cooling water station, EC station. Therefore, limiting the analysis to EFH species ignores the entrainment losses of other species, including ecologically important foraging species. That's on page 35 of the fact sheet. They also said averaging larval densities across a large number of geographic positions and years could potentially result in artificially low values if, for instance, an individual species was present at a higher densities in a specific area of the wind farm. So basically, EPA did their own analysis and basically stated that the TRC reports were undervalued. So I guess I have another 35 slides now. The last point that I really wanted to kind of bring home is thinking about what is happening here, and there's this whole question of mitigation, and it involves avoidance, minimization, and then mitigation. But it's almost an imminent domain without fair compensation. You think about like the reservoir, Situate Reservoir, people had to lose their homes. It was a space trade here, and it's not a crime to do that for a public good, but it's a crime if they're not fairly compensated. And that's what we're really kind of, crime, I guess, but it's not fair. They're not fairly compensated. I think that's the point we're trying to make here. Because, there are impacts to the local environment, yes, for the better good, right? of wind and alternative energies and, you know, the leadership that Rhode Island has taken so far, but there's a leadership stewardship, I think, that is important to those who are really the ones who are losing here. They're the local fisheries. It's not, you know, there's some job benefits to Rhode Island, but we're not getting the power, and we're losing it, and we're losing in our local fisheries. And then the navigational challenges that will be there. And then, so I think CRMC has an opportunity to make this a better project and strike a better balance with stronger avoidance measures, minimization measures, and stronger mitigation. So the FAB request, just to reiterate what was stated earlier, is that CRMC object for failure to otherwise properly mitigate the project's negative effects. And the FAB asserts that Rhode Island does have the power to require mitigation measures that actually mitigate the harm. FAB has submitted a list of additional mitigation and asked the council to approve that tonight. And that ends my presentation.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. Richardson? Seeing none.
Thank you. Just have one more person. Megan Laff will be speaking tonight for the FAB.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Megan Lapp, MEGHANLAPP. So I'm a new FAB member. I haven't had the opportunity to speak to folks as a FAB member before, so I'll explain a little bit of my position. I'm the fisheries liaison for Sea Freeze. We are a commercial fishing company. We own and operate 5 commercial fishing vessels out of the state of Rhode Island and 2 shoreside facilities. We are the largest trader of sea frozen seafood on the US East Coast. I'm a member of the New England Fishery Management Council's Habitat Advisory Panel. I'm the chair of the New England Fishery Management Council's Herring Advisory Panel. I'm a member of the Mid-Atlantic Fisheries Management Council's Ecosystem and Ocean Planning Advisory Panel. I'm a member of the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council's Squid Mackerel Butterfish Advisory Panel. I'm the chair of the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission's Menhaden Advisory Panel. I'm a member of NYSERDA's Fisheries Technical Working Group. I'm a Hudson Canyon Sanctuary Advisory Council member for NOAA. I'm an advisory council member to the New England Legal Foundation. I've testified to Congress on multiple ocean policy and legislation issues, including offshore wind. And I'm the co-principal investigator on collaborative and peer-reviewed fishery science documents. I've presented at the American Fisheries Society as well as the International Council of the Exploration of the Seas, which conducts fishery science in Europe. I've also personally fished on board one of our commercial fishing vessels in the Sunrise lease area. Before I get into the bulk of my comments, I'd like to address a few of the developer claims made earlier tonight. The developer earlier mentioned what they expect regarding cable burial depths, and that they don't expect the cables to become uncovered. But they also didn't expect to have to repair cables at 10 of their UK wind farms 2 years ago because of cable damage to the cost of billions of Danish kroner due to shifting sediment. And I can tell you that Rhode Island trawl vessels have torn gear on the Block Island wind farm export cable mattresses in the past. The part owned by National Grid, but were forced to sign NDAs in order to receive compensation. The developer also mentioned that the cables won't have impacts on fish species. However, peer-reviewed research has shown that offshore wind cables affect haddock larvae, for example. Another peer-reviewed study has shown that wind farm cables make lobster larvae 3 times more likely to become deformed. And another showed striking change in the behavior of skates. So cables do affect marine species. As far as National Marine Fisheries Service surveys, NIMS has made concrete statements that their trawl survey will be unable to work in a wind farm and stated that developers should have to compensate for the scientific uncertainty which will result in lower quotas due to the loss of surveys. I can tell you from literally days of sitting in Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council Science and Statistical Committee meetings that a loss of surveys due to the survey being out of commission results in scientific uncertainty being introduced into quota recommendations. And it's always a drop. Seafreeze owns and operates the largest trawl vessels in the state of Rhode Island and two of the largest on the East Coast. We don't have a lot of maneuverability. I'm the first FAB member that you've ever had that represents the big boat fleet. And we need a lot more space. You all have in your materials a comment letter and a Dutch government document prepared by an independent marine consultant that I submitted, showing visually what happens to a trawl vessel if it snags on a cable or subsea structure of a wind farm. It sinks, potentially. Things happen fast at sea, especially bad things. The document also notes that previously buried cables become unburied over time and instructs large trawl vessels to steer clear of them. Because cables do not always stay buried and safety is paramount. That document was the result from a workshop / meeting that Ørsted was a part of. Ørsted has told trawlers to stay away from cables because if a trawler snags on cables or subsea structures, it, quote, can cause serious risk of loss of life, end quote. That is from a notice to UK mariners per Dong Energy, Danish Oil and Natural Gas, now rebranded as Ørsted. We will be unable to work safely in a wind farm without risking loss of life. The coal regs, the international rules of the road for maritime vessels, refer to the prudent mariner. It is the job of the prudent mariner to be responsible for his vessel and not put it in danger. That liability is on the vessel operator. Considering that the developer, as well as other countries, have obviously stated that large trawl vessels should avoid any cables or subsea structure, this precludes Seafreeze vessels and other large trawl vessels from working in the wind farm. This is in excess of the 1 to 2 year limit placed on projects interfering with fishing per the Rhode Island Ocean Stamps enforcement policies. The only solution here is avoidance of siting the project on trawl fishing grounds in the first place, and or disapproving all turbines overlapping with trawl vessel fishing grounds. If the developer or the feds have not done this, the Rhode Island Ocean Stamp is violated. This council has no authority to override the feds, but it has the authority to refuse concurrence. This is why I, as a Rhode Island resident and company, have been so adamant in all my comments that avoidance in the first place is paramount. The only way not to interfere with our vessels for more than 1 to 2 years is to avoid putting turbines on our fishing grounds. This is also required by the Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act and National Environmental Policy Act, avoidance, primarily avoidance. Federal statutes which are now being litigated in court in regards to Vineyard Wind, the first federally permitted wind farm. That case will go to the Supreme Court. The OSAMP essentially embodies the spirit of avoidance by mandating that impacts extending beyond 1 to 2 years will be disallowed. And the only way to do that is avoidance if the impacts would be permanent otherwise. While the federal parts of this project are not the council's responsibility, and as neither is the New York power contracts that the developer has signed, the OSAMP is. That and that only binds this body. And if the council doesn't like it, the council can amend it. But as written, it stands today. I also want to point to the environmental issue by staff and FAB experts mentioned earlier tonight. NIMS, or NOAA Fisheries, conducts essential fish habitat reviews. That is its statutory duty as the leading fishery science and management agency. Unfortunately, as previously mentioned, those documents are unavailable during CRMC review. The Sunrise EFH consult docs are due mid-September. But if the council wants to see the expertise, it needs to start carefully reviewing those documents and some of the past ones. I've provided this council in the past with both South Fork Wind Farm and Revolution Wind EFH documents, both projects which this council approved. And those approvals violated the NIMS recommendations on EFH. Both of the EFH consults for those projects stated that those projects would have population level impacts to Atlantic cod. The Sunrise project adjacent to the two will also have the same thing. NIMS violated time of year restrictions or recommended time of year restrictions on pile driving to avoid some of this. And the FAB actually recommended the same measures for Revolution Wind to this council, but the council didn't adopt it, and neither did BOEM. So as a result of both the council's refusal to accept the FAB recommendation in deference to the developer, and since BOEM refused to approve it from a federal perspective in deference to the developer, we in the Rhode Island fishing industry will face the repercussions of an unmitigated impact. I bet nobody on this council knows that NIMS's Revolution Wind EFH document recommended specific measures in relation to Narragansett Bay, which is fully in the purview of this council. Because Narragansett Bay is only one of a handful of estuaries of national importance designated by the US EPA. This council could have required, per state regulation, every mitigation measure suggested. As such, it didn't. And that project will also have unmitigated environmental impacts in violation of the ocean SAMP in Rhode Island state waters. Revolution Wind was approved by BOEM today. BOEM stated that Narragansett Bay was outside the purview of its authority, but it was squarely in the council's. The Army Corps didn't approve all of the recommendations as part of its permitting, but again, this council could have. The only way that the timing issue gets solved is if this body refuses concurrence until it gets access to EFH documents. Regarding the Sunrise project before you today, when we at the FAB got responses from Ørsted about potential mitigation measures to protect the environment that we requested as part of the OSAM process, they informed us that they had already received draft federal permits for the activity and refused to even consider what we were saying, including a closed loop cooling system to avoid cooking fish larvae in an area that is a known spawning ground. Do you know that new open ocean water cooling systems are illegal in the state of New York, where this power is going? Because of the negative environmental impact of those systems. But yet New York and Ørsted want to put this off Rhode Island and ship the electricity to New York. Something New York couldn't do in their own state waters because it would be illegal. You heard from Ørsted today that there wouldn't be impingement from their cooling system. But FAB experts noted that the system needs scrapers to scrape the screens of the dead fish and larvae that get stuck on it because of impingement per the EPA. That's a problem for us. But Ørsted already got the federal permits, so they don't care about the FAB requests for negotiations. Why would they? However, this also undermines the process we are discussing today, which may not bind the federal agencies, but certainly binds this council. The only way that that process changes and that review timing changes so that you have the ability to review NIMS EFH documents and other federal consultation documents prior to your deliberations. And the only way that the developers and the federal government take this body seriously is if this body refuses to bend the OSAM. State you won't give concurrence until the Sunrise EFH review documents are available, and then you can see and review them and make recommendations based on them. If the developer doesn't agree to a stay for that purpose, refuse concurrence. And let BOEM override the council. But let the council refuse to compromise the ocean SAMP. By refusing concurrence, the council makes it clear that for the state of Rhode Island, certain impacts are unacceptable. And that, I can assure you, will raise the issue at the federal level and things will change. The FAB asked for a personal meeting with the governor to no avail. We were only given the option to meet with a staffer. On an issue as important as the flagship ocean SAMP, for which Rhode Island was hailed a national leader in offshore wind development, we were not given that opportunity. So tonight, the council will have to make a decision on behalf of Rhode Islanders, either to act within the constraints of the ocean SAMP or to ignore what made Rhode Island a leader in wind development for the sake of a New York power purchase agreement. My boats are going to lose access permanently if the council approves this project today. That alone is a violation of the ocean SAMP. I recommend non-concurrence until all these issues can be resolved. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. Lapp?
I have a question.
Yes, Mr. Flynn.
Slav, it's your opinion that there's no possibility of a wind farm operating in an area that is a fishing trawling location, correct? It cannot be done.
Not safely,
Not
correct.
safely. Just, I thought you had said that, and I just want to confirm.
Yeah. To maybe explain a little better, I don't know if the council members are familiar with trawling. You have ground wire, your wires that go out, they can be a quarter mile up to a half a mile at times behind the vessel. They're attached to steel hydrofoils that open the net. Then you have wires that go back from those to the net. So it's essentially a giant triangle. It takes space to deploy. It takes space to operate. You have to avoid pre-existing hangs like rocks, shipwrecks, stuff like that. And you have to position the boat where it needs to be so that the gear can be where it needs to be, so that can swing back and forth with the wind and the tide. And trying to navigate all of that inside of a wind farm with cables that you have to avoid, with subsea structure, like scour protection that are boulders at the base of the wind turbines, it's not going to be possible to do. It would be a very unsafe situation. And as I mentioned earlier, a prudent mariner has to look at that and say, am I willing to risk my vessel and the lives of my crew to try to operate in here? And based on the cable recommendations from overseas saying trawl vessels do not go near a cable, we wouldn't even be able to like set out and haul back in the spaces in this project in between, like where the cables are, and have a successful.
1.1 mile apart is not adequate.
No.
To be able to do that.
No. Nope.
Yes.
Yep.
Right. Yeah. Catherine.
With respect to your significant and really admirable involvement with both New England Regional Fisheries Management Council, Mid-Atlantic Fisheries Council, and just in the realm of your commercial expertise and involvement, what is the involvement of the sector, of the groundfish sector particularly, just even in the New England Regional Fisheries Management Council, when these wind farms are sited? And for example, it was, I think, 2011 and 2018 when this location was approved. What is the involvement of the industry and the groundfish sector in particular when those areas are being proposed, which happened a really long time ago, to get at your issue of trawling, bottom fishing doesn't mix with wind? You know,
right.
Where are the voices at that time? Because we're so far down the road at this juncture.
Yep. No, I totally get that. Unfortunately, the fisheries management councils were not consulted in the BOEM process at the siting stage. And at this stage, they do submit comments to BOEM, making recommendations. They've raised a host of valid and real concerns. But, you know, they just get overridden, and they know that they get overridden. The New England Fisheries Management Council actually recently, I want to say in like 2021, maybe it's 22, I don't know. They designated the entire Rhode Island, Massachusetts wind energy area, this area that Sunrise is in, as a habitat area of particular concern, because they're terrified of the impact of this and other projects to it. And actually, it was also designated as a habitat area of particular concern during their habitat amendment, their omnibus amendment that they finalized in, I want to say, 2016. After 11 years of detailed environmental analysis, the particular measures that they were requesting ended up being disapproved by the federal agency. But the point is that the science was there to say, hey, this is a special area. And that was back before 2018. And then recently they made it a habitat area of particular concern because they are very concerned about the impacts to spawning Atlantic cod from these projects. But again, they have no say, like them writing a comment is no different than me writing a comment or somebody else writing a comment. They have raised a lot of concerns though.
Right, so there's no active role or
No.
ability or power
No.
from the management council under the Fisheries Act, and there's no role then for nymphs to be at the front end of this rather than the back end on siting?
Well, you know what? I'll say this, nymphs, when they started to realize what was happening back in, and this was after this lease had been identified, but I remember with a particular lease off of New York where there's a significant amount of fishing that occurs. Prior to the leasing, nymphs wrote a letter to BOEM saying, do not cite it here, consider reciting the lease someplace else. Like it could be someplace close, but like, don't put it here. And BOEM said, no, and they leased it anyway, because ultimately BOEM can override every single other agency, and that is a problem.
So with what the council can do with respect to, for example, conditions, what is the FAB's, most important? We've heard a lot about navigational safety. There was very specific issues raised prior to you speaking. Are there very specific additional conditions that in some way address these issues that you've raised?
Well,
aside from don't do anything,
right.
because that's not necessarily.
Right, and I understand that. I would say, I can't speak on behalf of like the entire FAB, but what I can say is that the FAB did have some back and forth with the developer of here's our request, or with council staff, and had some requests saying, hey, here's our list of conditions. These are the things that we would like to see. So I would refer you to the FAB attorney and those documents that were kind of like presented in the back and forth, because we did ask for some specific things. And some of them, CRMC staff said, we can't do that because, like, for example, we had said, hey, look at a closed loop system. But then CRMC staff said, well, the developer told us that they already have draft federal permits for this, right? So there were certain things like that, but I would point you to those documents because the FAB did make a list of requests. And I don't know if the FAB attorney would have it with her, but you could maybe like have a look at those. And I do know that the FAB economist also, had some recommendations. For example, like the navigational safety thing. Even I've seen developers, I've seen BOEM, I've seen people very kind of cavalierly say, well, just have another person at the helm. Well, if you're going to have a person at the helm in a place where your radar doesn't work and you're transiting at night, that person better sure as heck be trained. And so then you provide us a watchstander. You pay for that. We can't afford to pay for that. Things like that are important. But I'll point it to the FAB attorney who has a list.
So with respect to those are the ones that the staff also reviewed. That the agency staff has reviewed those in the negotiations that were occurring.
Some of them
Staff
also,
has
like the economic stuff is like kind of still bouncing back and forth, right?
Aside from that,
Right.
the staff has considered those additional conditions. They were presented before the staff.
They were presented to the staff. But like I said, then some of them staff said, well, the developer said that they can't do this. So it's kind of like, well, the only way that the developer can do it is if this council says you have to do it. You know what I mean? Like all these other projects don't need open cooling systems. Revolution Wind didn't. South Fork Wind Farm didn't. Why now does Sunrise need it? Like, why can't you not do that? You know what I mean? So those types of things, the developer's job is to make as much money as they can. That's their job, their business. So they're not going to make less money to do something that costs them more unless somebody makes them do it. So if this council doesn't make them do it, then they won't do it. If BOEM doesn't make them do it, then they won't do it. Because why would they? That would be foolish, right? So that, having a hard requirement has to come from someone with some kind of authority. And like I said, even if this council, because the whole way the coastal zone management stuff goes, which is very confusing, even if this council said, no, we're going to refuse concurrence, and it got knocked up to NOAA at the federal level, and NOAA said, we're going to approve it, right, at the federal level and overruled the council, That's fine, but at least the council did its job. And then that raises some questions at the federal level, which then maybe has to get addressed through legislation in Congress.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Mr. Fun?
Might it not also be possible that if it gets kicked up to the federal level, that some of the mitigation measures that have been offered, including the compensation that's been offered, might not see the light of day? In other words, could you possibly end up with a worse outcome, even though you might feel justified that at least we didn't approve it and someone else did, but might the deal at the end of the day be worse than not?
Well, when you compare what the real value is, and then you compare maybe like what the developer is willing to pay, maybe it doesn't really matter. You know, if I said I'm gonna take your whole paycheck away from you this year, but don't worry, I'll give you 50% back, you probably would be like, well, I still can't afford that, right? And that's kind of the situation that we're put in is, you know, yeah, okay, if you get paid for a little bit for this long, does it really end up helping you in the long run? You know, are you really compensated? Not really.
It's a tough question.
Right. I can tell you that
It's a question that probably has no answer.
I can say that if this council said no, and it got kicked up to NOAA and say NOAA approved it, it would be very difficult for BOEM later on in the process to approve it because they are resting very heavily on a compensation package promoted by a developer in their court cases.
Okay, anything else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time this evening. Attorney Marissa Destel from Destel Browning Law has also submitted to this board via email tonight a detailed discussion of the position of FAB. And in that position, there are a list of additional conditions that the FAB is recommending to be employed, which addresses some of the issues that Megan Lab was speaking to earlier. And other than that, that concludes the presentation of FAB, unless there are any additional questions.
Any follow-up questions? Okay. No, thank you.
Thank you.
With some public comment. And then we'll have Robin come back up to conclude. All right, I know public has signed up to do some comments. I was just gonna ask Attorney DeSisto if you could give some guidance to any public speakers that want to come up as to what they should or should not contain the comments to.
Well, you know, this is not, of course, the first application of this nature that the council has heard. So if the people commenting could be specific as to this application in this lease area, that would be most helpful.
Okay, I know several people have signed up, so I'm gonna go down the list. And then if there's anyone else that had not signed up, we'll do that. Gary Yerman.
Okay.
Evening. I want to thank Mr. Sloan. I think you did a great job.
Excuse me. You should keep your voice up.
Okay. I'll
Give me the swear.
Typically, we don't swear in
public comment.
members of the public that are making comments.
Okay, very good. I want to thank Mr. Sloan. I think you did a great job explaining a lot of questions that people had. I'm a 50-year commercial fisherman, and you answered a lot of questions tonight and explained it in a way that I could understand and everything. Mr. Flynn, I think you've had some very good questions, pointed out a lot of things and brought a lot of items out that a lot of people. This is a very passionate, this is an industry that is born out of passion. When you're a commercial fisherman, I've been a commercial fisherman for 50 years, and you have to have a passion, and this is a way of life for all these people. So I want to thank Orsted. I think that they've done a good job presenting this evening. I think they tried to answer all the questions that I had as a commercial fisherman and so on and so forth. So my name is Gary Yerman. I've been a commercial fisherman for 50 years. My son and I are owners of New London Seafood Distributors, a New London-based unloading facility, and we have owned the business since 1989. It's home base for a dozen commercial fishing vessels, both large and small, operating inshore in the Sound and offshore to more than 100 miles. We are vital to the operation, to these operations, providing fuel, ice, arranging shipping of our annual 4 to 6 million pounds of seafood to various markets throughout the Northeast. I write on behalf of New London Seafood Distributors and as the co-founder of Sea Services, a multi-state consortium of active fishermen seeking to help build U.S. offshore wind farms. I write in full support of Orsted and Eversource Sunrise Wind Project. While offshore wind development presents uncertainty to fishermen, it is just uncertainty. There is no doubt that uncertainty can be frightening, and while the concerns raised by others was important, we have to be willing to deal with the facts rather than fear-based narratives. So we have done a great deal of investigation and research and found that each of the concerns raised have been raised in wind projects around the world with virtually no correlation between early concerns and actual commercial impact where fishing grounds remained open. Moreover, here in the US, we are calling on global data and industry best practices to find solutions that will address the need for green energy, or fishing concerns, and the fear of what is being labeled as unknown. These fears and unknown are driving commercial fishermen to strike out at other commercial fishermen who have made business decisions to work with offshore wind companies. This lashing out within our industry is not unexpected. It is a method of intimidation that myself and other industry members have been up against for years. There is no one in this room or industry that have witnessed more sunrises and sunsets while in the wheelhouse of a commercial fishing vessel than myself. I hear the passion from every person speaking here tonight and their reason to be here. As a senior member of the fishing industry, I have participated on fishing councils, been involved in state and federal fisheries meetings, helped craft regulations that only a fisherman can bring to the table. I can honestly say that I have for years stated no other business in this country is under more scrutiny and more regulated than the fishing industry. Well, I can tell you, after being involved for 3 years with offshore wind, I can now say that that crown has been passed to the offshore wind industry. I have been witness to some very high-line industry members participating in trawl surveys, scallop surveys, hot fishing surveys, and scientists who are open-minded to do the research and finding answers to address these fears. Good or bad, the offshore wind companies have been instrumental in bringing this information to light. As commercial fishermen, local businessmen, and concerned citizens, we are first concerned about our community and profitability. Other fishermen have decided to pursue dollars in the form of disruption payments, but we have found another way. We have decided to pursue a sustainable and scalable way to participate in the development, to be constructively at the table. So once we achieved a level of comfort with the Orsted team, we began to look for ways for our vessels, along with others, to work with the waters with the offshore wind industry. We have spent time and energy with the Orsted Sunrise Wind team, and we can say that they are the very best in the offshore industry. Their investment in the project means a great deal for several New England fishing communities, and we are already seeing the economic impact in New London. We want to see Sunrise move forward rapidly. We have worked for nearly four years with Ørsted's New England team, and they have been straightforward, accessible, and as often as we think they can be, we understand the concerns of some of our fishing colleagues. But given the level of commitment to investment, education, job creation, reduction of fossil fuels, we have seen benefits and know that coexistence is a good thing for the greater good. 2 years ago, 2 associates and I took a trip to Kilkeel, Northern Ireland to meet with a group of fishermen organized into an efficient cooperative that provides scout and safety vessels when they are not fishing. We learned firsthand how the wind farms have impacted them and how they work and how their community have profited by them. We shared our concerns. We shared our concerns and discussed how they work together for a positive outcome. The results we saw were more than encouraging, and we decided to put in the time and effort to duplicate that model. That model has become Sea Service North America LLC. We recognize Ørsted's commitments to fishermen as being the first to offer a substantial commercial contract that includes local fishermen to provide scout and safety vessels on Sunrise Wind Project. We completed thousands of miles of scouting with no issues, and with that success, it is providing further opportunities to commercial fishermen as guard vessels. That effort was rewarded with contracts that will supplement fishermen's revenue that is capped by regulations and quotas. That new revenue source comes at a cost. Learning the technology, upgrading health, safety, and environmental standards, and actually doing the work is required. The opportunities are very real with Ørsted's commitment. This is not a zero-sum game. It can be a win-win. We strongly urge you to move the Sunrise Wind Project forward with all appropriate speed. As a commercial fisherman for 50 years, I also understand and have been severely nervous over the last 20 or 30 years about the quality of men working out on these commercial fishing vessels. And I agree with Megan. She's brought up some unbelievably good points this evening. She's brought them forward. But the one thing that I do see personally is that the offshore wind companies have they're trying to bring a standard to the commercial fishing industry that to have crew members aboard these boats that are trained, have captains aboard these boats that are licensed. 100-ton licenses is a minimum of what they're requiring for the boats that are working for these offshore wind projects. The fishing partnership group that has been working with the fishing industry is severely lacking and has been severely lacking for years. And the Coast Guard is not been helpful bringing forward training and.
Sir, I don't mean to interrupt.
Yeah.
Members of the public speaking, but what I said in the beginning was we got to focus on Sunrise Wind and the specifics of this project as opposed to those types of issues.
Okay.
Okay?
That's
So if
very
you have anything else on Sunrise Wind, please go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, it's all about Sunrise Wind, and it's about Revolution Wind, and it's about all the wind.
It's about Sunrise Wind tonight.
Okay, then I'm finished.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Scott Yearman.
How you doing? I'll try to make it short and quick here. My name's Scott Yearman. My residency of Westerly, Rhode Island. I've been fishing for 40 years, starting with my father since I was 8 years old. I don't particularly enjoy speaking at hearings. I'm actually glad to be here tonight in support of Ørsted's Sunrise Wind Project. There are a few things I'd like to share. With Orsted's team, with Sunrise Wind, they've been pretty straightforward with us for a while now, and we as fishermen been pretty tough trying to fight against a lot of this stuff, but they do what they say, and I can't ask more than that. Orsted is providing guys like me new way to earn income for my business, and it has already been good for me and for my family. As you know, many of my fellow fishermen expressed concerns around the spacing and locations of the turbines. Even after Orsted promised a 1 nautical mile, there was concerns of the waters would no longer be fishable, no longer navigable. That accidents will inevitably increase. While those concerns are not valid, they do not go to the heart of the real concern. The reality and the only thing changing in the function of people transiting these areas will have to pay the more attention while at the wheel. Navigation is both possible and safe, especially for experienced mariners who state these claims to the contrary. Fishermen from around the world have been sailing in more compact offshore wind farms for decades without incident. And it is my understanding that in the US the turbines will be equipped with GPS technology and special marking and ensure navigation is possible, even in zero visibility. The real issue is that we are upset that we must expend the energy to navigate instead of concentrating on where to fish. We must not worry about the navigation. This is not a safety issue, but our experience has significantly changed, and there is a chance that increased attention will lead to lesser yield of fish. With the 1 nautical mile grid layout was generous modification of the developer's behalf, and we will adapt for the sake of cleaner and air generations to come. I'm looking forward to working on Sunrise Wind once the construction is approved. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. John Reinhardt? To adjourn.
Can I pass?
Yes? Tyler Morrell?
My name is Tyler Morrell. I own a commercial fishing trawler based out of New London Seafood Distributors. I'm here today as an upcoming fisherman in this industry to discuss the Sunrise Wind Project. I often think about my future in this business, and when I put that into perspective, I have a good 30 years ahead of me. And to succeed, I know the importance of having income to supplement fishing when possible. Fishing is constantly changing. There are always obstacles to overcome and hoops to jump through. It's extremely hard today for a young person to enter this industry on their own. Windmills are coming, they're here. From where I stand, I see a lot of pushback regarding the windmills. I'm in a different position as a young fisherman and boat owner. I look at offshore wind as a supplemental income source. It's another way to ensure making money year round, especially when you have a smaller boat that can't handle the weather windows offshore in the wintertime. Generation before me made their money, paid next to nothing for the permits, and have long since paid their boats. Many fishermen have family who are in this industry to help guide them in the right direction. And there are people like myself who don't have a long history of commercial fishing. Having the capability to do both fish and scout work for the wind farms may open many doors for generations to come. I believe that fishermen and offshore wind can coexist. Fish are always going to keep swimming, and we are always going to keep trying to catch them no matter what we have to do. That is our job. We've been finding new grounds and new ways to catch fish long before I became a fisherman. Again, if there are fish in the water, we will find a way to catch them, no doubt in my mind. I'm not standing here today celebrating the windmills going up, but I'm also not saying screw them either, because as I look ahead and look at my career, I'm always practical about what's coming. I love fishing. I want it to be sustainable for myself, my future family, and to continue to live my dream of being a commercial fisherman. There's nothing quite like witnessing every sunrise and sunset, with the wind companies hiring fishermen to do scout work and guard work as they go along. Like I said prior, it opens a multitude of doors for generations to come. It's extremely difficult to buy a boat these days. You need to put up you need to put collateral up, and you know, it's really hard for a young guy to get in this business. And I believe that the windmills and the wind companies will help younger generation enter this a guaranteed source of income. So with all that being said, thank you for allowing me to speak here, and I hope you can see what this project may bring for myself and future fishermen.
Thank you, sir. Is it Andrew Ahern?
Hello, Council. My name is Andrew Ahern, and I work for the National Wildlife Federation, one of the United States' oldest conservation organizations, representing over 6 million members and supporters across 51 states and territories, including here in Rhode Island. On behalf of the National Wildlife Federation, we would like to offer our support for the responsible development of the Sunrise Wind project. As many of us have witnessed and experienced over this past summer, climate crisis is a present existential reality that threatens our food supply, our infrastructure, and the people and species who inhabit this earth. We know that fossil fuels are the greatest contributor to the crisis. In order to properly decarbonize the United States, we need to build renewable energy, including offshore wind, to reduce our dependency on fossil fuels. Offshore wind is an immense opportunity to hasten our decarbonization efforts while also cleaning up our air, investing in local communities, and providing thousands of jobs. But the climate crisis is not our only environmental challenge we face. There is also an ongoing loss of biodiversity and mass species extinction. Leading scientists estimate that about half of our current species are in decline and that nearly a third face the risk of extinction by the century's end. According to the World Economic Forum's 2022 Global Risk Report, climate change, extreme weather, and biodiversity loss are the greatest threats facing humanity. We can and we must ensure both species protections and increases in renewable energy. We are encouraged to see significant species protections will be in place during the construction and operation of Sunrise Wind. In addition to the clean energy this project will provide, contributing to the reduction of warming currently harming wildlife, measures such as bubble curtains to reduce noise, onboard species observers, and strict vessel speeds are all important actions that will ensure offshore wind is developed responsibly. We applaud Ørsted and Sunrise Wind for taking these actions and look forward to working closely with them to ensure the highest standard of wildlife protections are in place every step of the way. With this in mind, we urge the Coastal Resources Management Council to issue a decision that Sunrise Wind is consistent with the Rhode Island Coastal Resource Management Program. We appreciate this opportunity to comment, and on behalf of the National Wildlife Federation, we'd like to offer our support for the responsible development of the Sunrise Wind project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. David Langley. Good evening.
Good evening. Mr. Chairman, members of the council. My name is David Langley. I'm the business manager for the Iron Workers, representing over 500 men and women here in the state of Rhode Island. I'm also the vice president of the Rhode Island Building and Construction Trades Council. Many of my members had the opportunity to benefit from the jobs that were created by the Block Island Wind Farm, the first in the U.S., something we're very proud of. Because of this opportunity, new training initiatives came about to train a new workforce in a new industry. This training is now being done across the region to prepare for the upcoming projects along the East Coast. Offshore wind development is important in continuing to help the United States rely more on renewable energy sources and become less dependent on fossil fuels. With the concerns of warming and the changing climate, this is a terrific opportunity to do our part in working towards relieving some of those concerns. This important and valuable industry will create good paying, family sustaining union jobs for men and women of the building trades. Ørsted is committed to utilizing union labor on these projects as well as port infrastructure upgrades. Currently, there are over 100 building trades men and women working in the Port of Providence, building offshore wind foundation components for both South Fork and Revolution Wind. My members, as well as our brothers and sisters from Connecticut and New York, are ready and eager to help in the continued development of this new and exciting industry being established here in the U.S. I strongly support the proposed Sunrise Wind Farm project and ask that you approve this and allow this to move forward in the permitting process. I thank you for the ability to speak tonight.
Thank you, sir. Anthony Cherry?
Thank you, council. My name is Anthony Cherry. I'm the Assistant Executive Director with Build RI. We are the trade organization that is comprised of the construction management firms and the 17 building trade members that makes the council. My executive director has submitted written testimony, which is here to echo the statements that you've heard before. We are in strong support of this project. We can tackle two items on our agenda here of tackling climate change and creating a new economy based upon green jobs and blue jobs here in Rhode Island. As David previously said, Orsted has committed to making these union paying jobs, and the project will help generate over $1 million will help generate millions in economic development for local businesses here through the staging and development of these projects. Rhode Island has led in this offshore wind development over the past extended deep water wind, and we should continue to pioneer new opportunities with the passage of the Sunrise development. Thank you so much for your time, and that was late, so thank you.
Thank you. Patrick Crowley still here? Oh, couldn't see you behind the pool.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. My name is Patrick Crowley. I'm the Secretary Treasurer of the Rhode Island AFL-CIO. And on behalf of our 80,000 members across the state and 275 affiliated local unions, we're in favor of this project that would encourage you to support it as well. But from our point of view, the offshore wind industry is not only a growing in Rhode Island as it relates to jobs, it is a crucial part of our regional approach to making sure that we address the ravages of climate change. As my brother David Monless has mentioned, our members in Connecticut, New York, and Rhode Island are all eager to see this project move forward so that we can help build a just transition to a green economy in Rhode Island and throughout the United States. On this project and like projects, there are over 74 different job categories that will have people working in them at various stages. That includes electricians, welders, and other members of the building trades, but it also includes other non-trade jobs, including security jobs, cleaning jobs, management jobs, accounting jobs. This is a growing industry, and I think it's important for the state of Rhode Island when we have regulatory authority over any piece of the project, even if it's not directly affecting Rhode Island energy rates, that we should do our best to make sure that we enhance it and facilitate it in any way possible. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thomas Roberts.
Timmons Roberts, yeah.
I was like, what?
Timmons.
Timmons Roberts.
T-I-M-O-N-S Roberts. I'm a professor at Brown University in environmental studies and sociology. I'm speaking for myself. And to get to the point, I'm speaking in favor of the CRMC voting to concur with conditions on Sunrise Wind. I just want to raise some issues of sort of why we're here, why we are even bothering with offshore wind and going through creating all this work for you all. And that is this crisis of climate change, which I've been working on for 32 years. We saw it this summer, really. I feel like we have sort of broken the planet. It looks like we're going over tipping points because we did not act soon enough. There's been a concerted campaign to undermine people's confidence in the science and in the solutions of climate change for over 30 years. And it's gotten much worse. And now that campaign is focused on offshore wind. That campaign is funded by the fossil fuel industry, who sees a existential threat to their business model. They are working in consortium with and supporting think tanks, which are up and down the coast, especially one in Delaware, one in Texas, that are funding local opposition groups, or in some cases funding some of the legal support and so on for one of our witnesses you heard tonight. You should know where the information is coming from. And it's extremely, in my opinion, having observed this and studied this very closely, you're hearing from many of those groups unsubstantiated claims, dealing in fear, playing on what was described earlier, and I think nicely described by one of the commercial fishermen, uncertainties and anxieties about the unknown. I find it extremely troubling. We need offshore wind. It's been shown in research by a couple of groups that this could provide half or more of the electricity in the state of Rhode Island. A study even in New York showed that offshore wind could provide 48% of their of their electricity. We need to get off of oil and natural gas, which provides almost all of our electricity now. Any day you go on the app for what's it called? And ISO New England, right? The energy provider of the electricity. It's always offshore wind. I'm sorry, natural gas is 50% or more of our electricity. Even on a gorgeous day like today, when the sun was shining and the wind was blowing, it was a good day for renewable energy. And still in New England, we were producing 40 tons of carbon dioxide per minute from natural gas. So we have an alternative. We need everything we can do. We need nuclear, solar, wind, hydro. We need a lot of storage. But for the days like today, when the conditions are good, offshore wind can really help us shut down fossil fuel generating plants that are cooking our planet and taking away our future. Now, of course, you've heard before how climate change is affecting the very fish species and the coastal and marine habitats that it's your job to protect. I think, anyway, I have many other points here that I'm going to pass over because it's late, but I just want to make the point that offshore wind isn't perfect. It has impacts. We can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. In many cases, these impacts are tiny fractions of those of burning fossil fuels. The continued extraction, transportation, processing, burning, and then cleanup from all the stages of fossil fuel, of surface coal mining, from oil tar sands in Canada, of natural gas fracking in Pennsylvania and so on, and the leaks from the methane and so on. There are so many other impacts that are not being compared with the small impacts of the Sunrise Wind project. Sunrise Wind can reduce provide the electricity for 600,000 homes. 600,000 homes. You've heard all the careful studies that are being done, all the monitoring that's going to happen to make sure that, as you are supposed to do, avoid, minimize, and mitigate the impacts. This is a legitimate developer that has tons of experience. As I said in the Revolution Wind hearing, this is a mature industry. There's over 5,400 turbines off the shores of Europe. That was 3 years ago. And they just continue to go gung-ho in putting in more. They're not that dangerous. There's not these other problems that we're worried about. Yes, there are going to be impacts on the fishing industry, and those should be compensated. So I don't pretend to say at what level or how that's going to get worked out. It looks like there's some negotiations going on, maybe we can help to push them on further, but delay is death for this project. It's death for all of these projects, and it's the strategy of that group that I was describing at the beginning. The strategy is to try to delay this, to call for more research, to ask for more documents, to say this can't possibly be done unless we have everything exactly perfect. We cannot wait. Climate change is happening already. We waited 30 years too long. So I'm happy to go on, but I think it's late.
Thank you for your points. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. That's the list that I had for people that sign up. Was there anyone that wanted to speak that did not sign up? All right. Should I read into the package just the names of these?
Yes, just a name.
We have letters submitted from 3 individuals that I will just read the name and the association into the record. I've read them, so all 3 of them are in favor of it. You've got Michael F. Sabatoni, president of the Rhode Island Building and Construction Trades. Gregory A. Mancini, executive director, general counsel for Build Rhode Island. And a Bill Doyle, 64 Washington Street, Newport, Rhode Island. He's a recreational sailor. And as I said, all 3 of them in the body of their letters indicate their support. All right, Attorney Main.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We're like almost done with it. How's my steno doing?
Oh, she's close.
Do you need a quick bathroom break or can you keep going? All right, thank you. We appreciate you, all of us.
Thank you. So I appreciate your time and patience tonight. I know it's been a long evening, and I will keep my concluding remarks as to the point and concise as possible. And I do want to go through a few brief comments about some of the information you've heard over the past hour or so. First of all, there will be no exclusion zones around the cables during operations. As you heard from Mr. Ellis, the cables will be buried 4 to 6 feet. That's the target burial depth. The Sunrise Wind Farm will use the cable burial risk assessment to determine whether that depth is appropriate and employ additional measures to make sure that the cables correspond with the cable burial risk assessment. Where secondary protection is needed, and you've seen the pictures, there will be the concrete mattresses put on that have been designed and are used in the industry to allow trawling over. So there will be no exclusion zones around cables, period, full stop. I want to take a moment and talk about, again, the net benefit to the Rhode Island economy. You saw Ryan's slide that showed up to about 125 million in ports, vessels, not to mention the ancillary, which is Orsted's co-located headquarters here in Providence. So you saw that slide during the beginning of the presentations with Ryan Shader's description. The next comment I'd like to address is about the NPDES process with the Federal Environmental Protection Agency. Over a period of about 2 years, Sunrise worked with EPA. EPA has actually now issued a draft permit. I'm not going to stand up here and take issue with whether EPA criticized a report or didn't criticize a report. The fact of the matter is we now have a draft permit from EPA and we anticipate the final permit from EPA next year. So whatever differences, and I
think the differences have been exaggerated, but the differences, it's irrelevant now. We have the draft permit. Next, there will be no closures of the wind farm. This is not like Europe. This is not a scenario where you close the wind farm to fishing. That is not the case here with these wind farms. Another point I'd like to make, you've seen the location of the wind farm several times. I want to point out here, these locations and these shapes have not been done randomly. The shapes of the wind farms that you've been seeing with us and the shape of Sunrise was done very specifically in response to comments from stakeholders going back more than a decade. This cutout area you see between Revolution and Southport to Sunrise is a cutout based on the fact that the federal government did not want this area consumed by a wind farm. That was a cutout based on comments from the fishing industry. And if you bear with me for a moment, there's a January 2012 Federal Register notice that speaks to some of the industries and others from whom the government received comments, and I will not read all of them, but they include, and this is going back again to 2012, the American Alliance of Fishermen, Atlantic Cape Fisheries, Conservation Law Foundation, the New England Fishery Management Council, NIMS, the Nature Conservancy, and many others. So there was an extensive amount of work and commenting going back more than 10 years on where the wind farms would be located. And that resulted in some of the shapes and patterns that you have seen now over time and what's in the ocean. So I want to bring us to what we're doing tonight. This is Sunrise and only Sunrise in front of CRMC on a federal consistency review under the CZMA. It is admittedly an odd process because you're looking at enforceable policies. Those enforceable policies go to reasonably foreseeable effects, and NOAA has been very clear. NOAA is the one that approves this program at CRMC or in Rhode Island, in Massachusetts, New York, and so forth, that you can't compel monetary mitigation. So that portion, as I've discussed, is voluntary. Similarly, navigation and safety does not fall within CRMC's enforceable policies. Period. Full stop. It's not within the four corners. And that's why we need to focus on what's before the council tonight. And the staff recommendation and Mr. Sloan's summary of it outlines that precisely. All the enforceable policies that apply here are in the staff recommendation. The staff has addressed them. The staff hasn't addressed them in a vacuum. For well over a year, the staff, whether it's Mr. Sloan, Mr. Willis, Mr. Skenyon, and others, have met repeatedly with the Sunrise team to develop, among other things, the 6 conditions that CRMC staff demanded of Sunrise before the staff could find the project consistent. And that took well over a year in the making to get to that point. Dropping those 3 locations in the northwest corner of the lease area, micrositing around sensitive areas, and the other conditions you've heard about, including, of course, supplying CRMC with all the information that we supply to EPA on the converter station. So we're here tonight to evaluate those enforcement policies, and we need to keep within the 4 corners of what this entity's jurisdiction here is tonight under that program. And with that, we respectfully request that the council approve the staff recommendation and concur that Sunrise is consistent with the CRMC enforceable policies under its approved CCMA program. And Sunrise, again, I will state once again for tonight, Sunrise is 100% committed to the 6 conditions that are outlined in the staff report. Thank you for your time tonight. We very much appreciate it and look forward to the concurrence.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Sloan. Mr. Sloan, based on all of your research and review of the file, you began our hearing with staff's opinion that of a recommendation for concurrence with conditions. Is that correct?
Yes.
Tonight, we've heard extensive testimony from many of the stakeholders. Does any of that testimony that was presented tonight change your opinion that you stated at the beginning of tonight's meeting?
It does not.
Okay. Yes, that's all.
May I ask a question of Mr. Sloan?
Yes.
So with respect to the conditions that you've prepared, they were informed with input from the FAB and the conditions that they have sought?
Correct.
And with respect to the information from the National Marine Fisheries Service on the essential fish habitat review that we heard from Ms. Lapp that is not prepared yet, would the receipt of that information change your perspective on the conditions that you've presented to the council today?
In my opinion, that's speculative. I couldn't really say whether it would or not without, of course, knowing what their opinion is. I can, make an educated guess based on their past letters on previous projects, but however, our review is limited to Sunrise and we cannot consider previous projects. So again, it would be speculative to go final.
So do you feel that you've gone forward and made the conditions without that information, so you feel comfortable going forward without that information?
I do. Staff has made these recommendations and worked with the developer and with FAB's input to formulate the conditions based on the best available information that we have access to at this time, that the procedural process, federal process allows us to have access to. So yes.
Is there any benefit to I guess would be a 6th stay?
In my opinion, no, but also a stay would have to be mutually agreed upon and cohort with the developer. But I do not see that changing the outcome of the staff recommendation.
Thank you.
Any further questions? So a motion?
Motion,
Yes, Mr. Russolino.
make a motion for concurrence, subject to the 6 conditions set forth in the staff report.
And Mr. Russolino, is your motion based on the findings of fact that are set forth in the staff report?
That's correct.
Thank you.
A motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Russolino, seconded by Mr. Izzy. I'll now poll the council. Mr. Russolino. Any discussion? Well, all right, I heard someone say, any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I read Kevin Sloan's report. I think he did a great job. I thought it was comprehensive and transparent. I thought Orsted's presentation tonight was clear and fact-based. Fab's presentation I found was general and relied on anecdotes and cherry-picked quotes from certain reports. Fab's other arguments seem to be that they can't fish in the Sunrise Wind Farm lease area. And with all due respect, the Sunrise lease area is a small dot in the ocean. Some people will be able to fish in that area, some won't. But most of the boats are going to be able to fish there. We have had some prior experience with mitigation agreements between the FAB and Orsted. And the last one that we had was for Revolution Wind. And I believe the parties agreed on a mitigation amount of about $13 million. Orsted is offering $17,600,000 in financial mitigation for Sunrise. It seems to be reasonable compensation under the circumstances. Based on all those factors, I would support the motion.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Ms. Hall?
Without FAB and their work on this, it's clear that we might not have gotten the conditions that we received in this recommendation from the staff, specifically their additional mitigation efforts that they requested. Many of them align almost exactly to the conditions that we're presenting in our proposed concurrence. I feel very strongly that that is they're a critical player. And I think their impact is felt, and I think that their input is really important. And I don't think it can be overlooked as non-credible. It has obviously deeply informed this process, and it will hopefully continue to deeply inform the larger federal process that I think is in many ways complicated and still evolving. And I hope that input continues. So I would just want to say that I think I deeply appreciate their input. And I believe Kevin Sloan has indicated that it has informed the conditions. And I believe that those conditions are better because of their efforts.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I will poll the council. Mr. Russolino.
Aye.
Ms. Hall?
Aye.
Mr. Gagnon?
Aye.
Mr. Flynn?
Aye.
Mr. Izzy?
Aye.
I too vote aye. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Special thank you to our stenographer. Thank you. Anything further to come before the council this evening? If not, entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion to adjourn.